Warrior Lore. Chapter 1682. Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merfolk's Sacred City. In a room of an inn, the atmosphere was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower is about to go up. That person is famous in the sea. With him, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had gloomy expressions. White-scaled mermaid Sui sat on the main seat, holding a cup as she looked at the tea in a daze. Missy, we can't hesitate anymore. That's right, the sea god ceremony has been going on for so long. Only us and Zhao Lu's side are left. Everyone else has been eliminated. And after the next test, it will be the final test. As long as we can overcome this obstacle, we will be able to fight for the Saintess throne. The two nannies urged anxiously. Sui sighed. But what can we do? The nannies quickly took a step forward and stood in front of Sui. Missy, didn't our clan also invite an expert that can match the other side? That's right, as long as we invite this expert, although we might not win, the gap will not be so big that we will be eliminated. Sui stared at the tea in the cup, sighing deeply. I understand the two nannies' suggestions, but there is one thing you may have forgotten. I only have 4 follower slots for the Saintess competition. We have already taken all of them. Even if the clan invites an expert, we can't take them out. The two nannies looked at each other. Bright light flashed in their eyes. So that's it. Missy already had this plan, but she could not say it. They immediately understood. Nanny Rong said softly, Missy, this matter is hard to say, but it is also easy to say. We just need to abandon one of the followers. That's right, the other nanny said. According to the rules of the sea god ceremony, followers cannot be abandoned. But as long as one of them is tainted by corruption, favoritism, crimes, etc., for the purity of the sea god ceremony and the Saintess, we can expel him. Won't the empty slots be used for the expert invited by the clan? Sui's expression changed as she rejected. That's not appropriate. Causing such a scandal during such an important ceremony like the sea god ceremony would stain the reputation of the person involved for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to clear his name. Including you 4 followers, all of you have helped me a lot. How can I repay kindness with enmity? My young miss, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. What's a little sacrifice? I suggest we start with that, Charlene. Her foundation is shallow. It is obvious that she is a little mermaid that no one likes. Who knows what kind of luck she had to obtain rank 5 gather oil goo. Seeing Sui's unhappy expression, Granny Rong immediately added, Of course, we're not framing you. Instead, she used reason and emotion. Xia Lin looked like a reasonable lady. Eldest miss, why don't you let me handle this matter? I'll talk to her. It's fine even if I have to pay a price. Compared to the position of the Saintess, everyone knows which is more important. This, Sui hesitated. Another granny immediately added, Eldest miss, we are not forcing Xia Lin, nor are we trying to harm her. This is a cooperation between us. Speaking of which, what is reputation? Xia Lin is a poor child. She cares more about material things. It is very likely that she heard our thoughts and is very happy. She wants to make a deal with us, losing some reputation in exchange for huge benefits. Leave, let me think about it. Sui's brows furrowed as she ordered them to leave. The two grannies looked at each other before leaving. A few days later, rumors about Xia Lin had spread far and wide. It's her, that shameless mermaid. She betrayed Sui, who was her benefactor, in order to cling to riches. No wonder Lady Sui was always at a disadvantage. To think that there was a traitor. Warrior lore. I really want to skin this despicable person alive. She still has the face to look for Sui. She is truly shameless. Xia Lin pursed her lips as she walked up the inn stairs under everyone's pointing fingers. Stop. Halfway through, Mermaid Granny Rong stopped Xia Lin with a cold expression. I was wronged. I want to see Sister Sui. Xia Lin raised her head and looked at Granny Rong with an anxious expression. Granny Rong sneered. Xia Lin, what are you trying to do? Eldest Miss is very sad because of what happened to you. You still want to see Eldest Miss Sui at this crucial moment of the sea god ceremony? You are truly vicious. Are you trying to disgust our Eldest Miss so that we will perform poorly? It's not like that, Granny Roan. Listen to me. What else do you want to say? What is there to say? You shameless scum. We were blind to have taken you in. Scram. Granny Roan lost her patience. Her tone was sharp and overbearing. You don't believe me, but I believe Sister Sui. I won't leave without seeing her. Xia Lin's eyes turned red and flickered with a stubborn light. Are you forcing me to make a move? Granny Rong said ruthlessly. Stop. At this moment, Sui finally appeared. She floated down the stairs. Sister Sui. Xia Lin was overjoyed. She wanted to walk up but was stopped by Granny Rong. Xia Lin. Sui looked at Xia Lin with a complicated tone. Sister Sui, you must believe me. I am not someone who betrayed you. Xia Lin argued. Do you need us to investigate? At this moment, a group of mermen barged into the first floor of the inn, attracting everyone's attention. This group of mermen walked to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, right? I am Sacred City's investigator. Someone reported you for taking bribes, betraying Sui, attempting to taint the sacred sea god ceremony, and manipulating the saintess election. We are here to arrest you. Come with us and tell us everything. No, I am innocent. Xia Lin's face turned pale from fright. She retorted loudly. Whether you are innocent or not, we will have to wait for the results of our investigation. The investigator's expression was cold. No, I will not go with you. I was framed. Someone framed me. Xia Lin was terrified. She kept shaking her head. You don't want to go with us? Humph, that is not up to you. Men, bring her back. The investigator ordered as the Merman Gu masters behind him moved. Wait. At this time, Sui spoke. Sister Sui. Xia Lin's eyes shined with hope. But Sui shook her head. Sister Xia Lin, I do not believe you would betray me. But now that the investigator is here, we need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I firmly believe that they will prove your innocence. Go with them. As long as we get the results of the investigation, it will prove your innocence, right? Sister Sui. The light in Xia Lin's eyes dimmed. Go. Xia Lin lowered her head, walking to the investigator. I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator showed a satisfied smile. That's right, let's go. Xia Lin was quickly brought to the interrogation room. These information path goo worms are solid evidence. Take a good look at them. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any wishful thinking. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the only table in the room. Xia Lin looked at them with her divine sense. Soon, a look of intense shock appeared on her face. These images and voices are all fake. I've never said such a thing. You want to explain yourself like this in front of this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator sneered. I definitely did not say such a thing. Xia Lin was anxious. The invigilator raised his hand and stopped Xia Lin from arguing. He laughed. I know you were wronged. Xia Lin was stunned. What? What did you say? You were wrongly accused, the invigilator repeated. Xia Lin was dazed. She blinked her eyes before saying, In that case, why did you? Because this is Lady Suyi's request. The investigator smiled again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord. Xia Lin shouted angrily. You are really naive, young lady. Then I'll have a good talk with you. Do you know who Lady Suyi's father is? Do you know what the current situation is like in the sea god ceremony? The invigilator spoke slowly. His words made Xia Lin's jaw drop. After a long while, she reacted. I don't believe that this is all Sister Suyi's scheme. Since she wants me to abdicate, I will do so. As long as she tells me, I will not reject her. The investigator looked at Xia Lin mockingly and retorted mercilessly. Do you think the sea god ceremony is something you can withdraw from as you wish? If everyone can withdraw as they wish, then the competition for the saintess position would be purely a competition of family background and power. There is only one situation. The follower will be forced to withdraw. At the same time, his or her position will be empty, and someone else can be inserted. Xia Lin said in a daze, It's my situation. The investigator smiled. That's right. Have you become smarter? All right, there are two paths in front of you now. The first path is to deny the evidence and insist that you are innocent. Of course, the evidence cannot be erased, no one will believe you. The second path is to cooperate with us. If you plead guilty, although your reputation will be damaged, we will still give you ample compensation. You can choose one. Xiaolin smiled bitterly and lowered her head. Did she even have a choice? The other party tricked her into the interrogation room. Such a scene was to prevent her from rejecting. Even if she refused, she would be framed and convicted of a crime. She did not have the power to resist, much less the right to reject. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke softly. Xiaolin, if you don't speak, I will take it that you chose the second path. The truth is right in front of us. I believe that smart people will make this choice. This is beneficial to both of us, isn't it? I refuse. Xiaolin suddenly raised her head and said, for the fastest novel reading, please visit. Chapter 1683. Refuse? The examiner immediately frowned. His eyes flashed with cold light. His voice also became much tougher. Young lady, you need to think this through. You are young. Don't be too rash. You need to know that an arm cannot win against a leg, not to mention that you are not even an arm. Of course I know I have no one to rely on. I am just a small fry. That is why you are targeting me. Isn't that so? Xiaolin looked at the examiner. Her tone was filled with mockery, bitterness, and helplessness. But don't worry. I will not retort or complain to you. I will accept your slander. Treat it as me repaying Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we're even, and we're just like strangers. The invigilator revealed a strange expression as he stared at Xiaolin. In the dimly lit room, Xiaolin's eyes were unexpectedly bright. This pair of bright eyes directly reflected in the examiner's heart, making him feel a weakness that he could not face directly. The examiner quickly shifted his gaze. Leave. I hope you can do as you say. I will. Xiaolin stood up. When she left, her expression was calm and unruffled. Several days later. Lady Xiaolin, it is not that our inn does not want to do business with you. It is just that the public opinion is too intense. Many people are saying that if we continue to keep you here, they will. The inn owner said with a bitter expression. Xiaolin stopped him from pouring out his grievances. I understand the situation. I will leave. Thank you so much, Lady Xiaolin. You are a good person. The inn owner was moved to tears. Xiaolin packed her luggage and quickly left the room, walking down the stairs. Look, it's her. This woman is greedy for riches. She secretly sold out her master for glory. Such an existence is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony, tarnishing our sacred city. The Gu masters in the hall saw Xiaolin and pointed at her, discussing. Xiaolin heard all these words, but she walked out of the inn with a calm expression. She came to the wide street. The bustling crowd was moving along the street. Today is the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I am really looking forward to it. Today will be very exciting. Do you know? The reason why Su Yi is at a disadvantage is because she has an insider by her side. Who doesn't know? As for Xiaolin, as the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Most people did not recognize Xiaolin. Their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they rushed towards the central plaza. Even if someone recognized Xiaolin, they would not dare to confirm it. There was a sea of people in Sacred City. It was very normal to have one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was very lively. People rubbed shoulders with each other and were overjoyed. Xiaolin merged into the crowd. Her expression was calm, forming a stark contrast with her surroundings. The cheerful atmosphere that she had felt before was now like a thick layer of fog that had accumulated in her nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could no longer obtain happiness and satisfy her curiosity from this holy city. Perhaps I will never come here again in this lifetime. Xiaolin raised her head and looked at the tall buildings around her. These houses seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The entire sacred city was about to come crashing down on her. Xiaolin felt even more annoyed. She took a few quick steps and left the surging crowd, walking into a dark alley. There was a stench here. The lighting was dim and there were piles of trash in the corner. But Xiaolin felt that her breathing was much smoother. It was as if a mountain had been lifted from her heart. Walking in the dark alley with no one around, Xia Lin's slightly raised head drooped down. How did it come to this? She asked herself, but she could not get an answer. Her eyes turned red and soon became teary. She was still a young girl. Her previous determination was more of a disguise. Little girl, slow down. Suddenly, from a corner of the alley, 3 mermen ran out. Xia Lin was stunned before becoming vigilant. These 3 mermen had a roguish aura and an evil gaze. They were clearly up to no good. Most importantly, each of them had the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Xia Lin was only a rank 2 Gu master. What do you want? Xia Lin retreated. What do we want? Heh, heh, heh. The 3 mermaids looked at each other and laughed evilly in unison. Little girl, it is fate that brought us together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can't leave now even if you want to. At this time, 2 more rank 2 merman Gu masters came out from behind Xia Lin. Xia Lin's heart sank. Not only were there 5 against 1, her path was blocked. Even though this place was not far from the main street, the enemies were all Gu masters, and this was clearly an ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion to the minimum. The 5 mermen approached Xia Lin step by step. Xia Lin was flustered. She could only retreat and lean against the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth and frowned, suddenly saying, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Oh, little girl, you have guts. You are quite spicy. Big brother likes this kind of girl. The 5 merman Gu masters laughed and laughed. They showed no fear, but their footsteps were slowing down. Bam! Suddenly, Xia Lin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. She was shocked. She turned around and saw that the wall had melted. A 6th merman Gu master came out. I was tricked. The moment she fainted, Xia Lin felt a chill in her heart. She fainted. She fainted. Haha, leader. Your move was really good. Quickly deal with the scene. This is the sea god ceremony after all. The 6 mermen surrounded Xia Lin. Wake up, wake up. A deep voice resounded in the darkness. Xia Lin gradually opened her eyes. The scene of the alleyway entered her eyes again. The pain at the back of her head reminded her. She got a fright and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she saw the 6 mermaids lying on the ground motionlessly in all sorts of strange postures. At the center of the 6 mermen was a human Gu master. At the next moment, Xia Lin cried out in joy. Master Chu, it's you. It's me. I have been paying attention to the sea god ceremony. I have heard about your matter. You were abandoned by Su Yi, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Instantly, Xia Lin's tears fell as she choked. Master Chu, you. I have a way of judging people. Although I have not interacted with you much, you are definitely not that kind of person. Fang Yuan continued. Xia Lin heard this and could not help but cover her face as she sobbed. She was like a wronged child who finally had her grievances cleared. Fang Yuan watched her cry quietly for a while before patting her shoulder. Let's go? To where? Xia Lin was slightly dazed. I'm partly responsible for your current predicament. Fang Yuan sighed. If I did not give you gather oil goo, you would not have been chosen by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I will bring you away. Follow me. We will leave this place. Xia Lin nodded. She had lost interest in the sacred city long ago. Fang Yuan led the way as Xia Lin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley was another street. It was still filled with people. The shops on both sides were bustling with activity. There was even a lion dance in the middle of the street. Facing the crowd again, Xia Lin felt some fear and disgust. But Fang Yuan was already ahead. She could only grit her teeth and follow. Snap! The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. At the next moment, Xia Lin stared with wide eyes. Her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow an egg. She was incomparably shocked to see that the whole street had fallen into a state of stillness. This is... She spoke incoherently. It's just a little trick, come. Fang Yuan waved at her, then went into the crowd. Xia Lin quickened her steps and followed closely. This was a wondrous experience she had never experienced before. She walked past a pair of mermen who seemed to be talking to each other. They seemed to be a couple. She saw that in the shop. A customer was haggling with a worker. The spittle that flew out of the worker's mouth was suspended in the air. It almost landed on the customer's face. There was also a small dog that was moving between the legs and the merman's tail. Its body was twisting as it moved around a blue-scaled merman. 3 of its paws were in the air while 1 was on the ground. Xia Lin stared with wide eyes as she looked at the various expressions of the people. They were so lively and interesting. All of her frustrations were thrown to the back of her mind. Fang Yuan walked very quickly. His body was very agile. Xia Lin had a hard time chasing after him. Bam! She was careless and bumped into a strong human goo master. The human goo master floated up. His movement was still the same as before, but his feet were already half separated from the ground. His entire body was slanted. Sorry. She was just about to help this human goo master up when Fang Yuan grabbed her. Come. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. Master Chu, you are... Xia Lin was perplexed. Fang Yuan did not bring her across the street. He brought her to the lion dance team at the center. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. It was colorful, made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed at this lion dance team, saying, "Don't you feel they are missing 2 crucial characters?" Xia Lin nodded. They are performing a sea lion winter-spring play. They lack a male and female lead. One is a filial son fishing on the ice. The other is a mermaid princess playing outside. But this play should be a spontaneous performance. They are not a real opera troupe. It is normal for them to be missing people. At the start, it might have been a goo master who took out a mask and put on the opera costume to express his joy. But along the way, more and more goo masters joined in. These people were definitely opera fans. They loved this kind of culture. In fact, in the whole grotto heaven, there were all sorts of operas. It was the trend of this paradise. My method can only last for a while. Quickly put on this mask. We will follow the crowd. Fang Yuan said urgently, not giving Xia Lin a chance to refuse. Oh. Xia Lin subconsciously took the mask. After putting it on, her heart calmed down. This way, no one would recognize her. The pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. But very quickly, her face turned red. Because she saw Fang Yuan also put on a mask, it was the filial son fishing on the ice. This way, aren't I and Master Chu the male and female lead? This discovery made Xia Lin's heart jump. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1684. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers again. Everything in the surroundings went from stillness to activity again. That mermaid couple held hands as they continued to move forward. As the two haggled in the shop, their saliva finally landed on the customer's face, but the customer did not notice it. The puppy's 3 paws landed on the ground. It successfully threw the blue-scaled merman behind it and continued to move through the forest of legs. It was extremely agile. Xia Lin stared with wide eyes, looking at this in amazement. This was too mystical. Master Chu's methods are really amazing. This is probably a rank 5-time Pathkiller move? Xia Lin guessed. Plop. The human goo master that Xia Lin knocked fell to the ground. He also affected the people behind him, causing a small commotion. How can such a big person walk? Someone complained. Sorry. The muscular human goo master was very polite. He quickly apologized. This was the sacred city of the mermaids after all. At the same time, the evil energy in this paradise was much lower than the outside world of the 5 regions. I was walking normally. Why did I fall? Strange. The human goo master had a puzzled expression. He quickly stood up and followed the crowd. Xia Lin stuck out her tongue, looking at the human goo master's back as she apologized softly. Strangely enough, she felt a little joy from playing a prank. Just as she was about to reflect on herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her as he sped up, running to the front of the lion dance team. The entire lion dance team was dazed at first, but they danced even more quickly. The accompanying music became louder. Our people are finally here, huh? Someone laughed loudly. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled. He moved his legs first. He was playing the role of a filial son lying on ice. His movements were simple and elegant. There was a sense of beauty to them. The surrounding people cheered. Fang Yuan followed the crowd as he danced to Xia Lin. It's your turn. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice entered Xiaolin's ears. Charlene's heart was pounding. She was so nervous. Although she often practiced this opera when she was young, she had never performed it in public under such circumstances. She began to dance, her movements rigid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, stretching out his hand and holding her hands, leading her to dance. Wisdom path methods were secretly used by him. Xiaolin immediately felt more agile. The dance moves of this opera appeared in her mind. They were extremely clear. The two of them sang and danced along with the flow of the crowd. The members of the lion dance were all wearing colorful costumes and strange masks. A few of them were even playing the role of a huge golden sea lion. Wherever they went, everyone's gaze would first be on them. As the core of the team, the male and female protagonists were the focus of attention. Charlene was very nervous at first, but as she got better, she became more confident. She was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgetting the sadness of being wronged. She could hear the cheers and shouts of the people and the whistles of the libertines. Even if Charlene made some mistakes, it would only attract friendly laughter. There was a huge crowd. Along the way, some of the lion dance team members left, while others joined. Unknowingly, Charlene started to laugh. It was as clear as a bell. An unprecedented happiness and joy filled her heart. This was something she had never felt since coming to Sacred City. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, there was a sense of fear in her heart. She asked herself, was this all real? I really feel like I'm dreaming. Charlene's gaze was glued to Fang Yuan, her heart filled with emotions. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed. He pulled Charlene and left the opera team, walking to the side of the street. Charlene was caught off guard. She was pulled into Fang Yuan's arms. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest. A dense masculine scent assaulted her nose. Charlene's mask almost fell off. She quickly held it, using the mask to cover her flushed face. Let's go this way. Fang Yuan pulled her again. He walked forward and entered the alley. It was another alley, dim light, with trash and a stench. Nobody cared about it. Fang Yuan let go of Charlene's hand and walked in front. Charlene instantly felt her heart empty. She quickly followed. The two of them walked in the long alley, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan did not make a sound. The alley echoed with his monotonous footsteps. The bustling street, the surging crowd, all became softer and softer. Charlene left them behind. A cold and secluded atmosphere permeated Xiaolin's body and mind from the surroundings. The happiness and happiness from before were like a leaking bucket, following Charlene all the way, leaking all the way. Gradually, troubles found her again. The melancholy from before attacked her again. Charlene really wanted to find something to talk to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan kept walking forward. He did not turn his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Charlene not dare to speak casually. Finally, they were about to reach the exit of the alley. Although the street here was not as lively as before, there were still many people. It was very noisy. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. He turned and asked Charlene, "Have you thought about it?" Charlene was stunned. Think about what?" Fang Yuan smiled. He pointed at the mask on Charlene's face. "Do you want to wear it across the street? Or do you want to walk in front of everyone with your original face?" Charlene was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued, "When I entered the alley, I threw away the mask on my face, but you kept wearing it. Why? Do you feel embarrassed? Are you afraid of showing your true face? Are you worried that you will lose the happiness you just had?" The series of questions made Charlene at a loss. She could not answer. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something. She took off the mask on her face, revealing her true face. "Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you. I really thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. "I said it before. A large part of your current situation is caused by me. I should compensate you." "Master, what are you saying? You bestowed me gather oil goo. That is already a huge favor. You do not owe me anything. I am the one who owes you too much." Charlene quickly explained. "That is your opinion, not mine." Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. "Look, You were mocked and ridiculed by others earlier, but just now, you were welcomed and encouraged by people. There is a huge difference between the two. What is the reason? Is it because of this mask? Actually, you are still yourself from start to finish, isn't that so? Charlene nodded. Feng Yuan looked at the street outside the alley. He pointed at the walking crowd. Look at it now. These people are not trying to find out your true nature, who you, Charlene, are. When we sing and dance, they do not even want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The truth is not important to them. When people pursue the truth, it is often because they are angry because they are not willing to be fooled. So, we are not important to them, and their attitude is also nothing to us. Charlene breathed in deeply. Master Chu, thank you for consoling me. I really do not know how to thank you. I am not finished. Since outsiders' attitude is not important, then what is truly important in our lives? Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Charlene was stunned for the third time. Master, please forgive me for being slow-witted. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face as he pointed at Xiaolin and then at himself. It is us, it is our truest feelings. Ask yourself, listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person do you want to become? Where do you want to go? You can find the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel to all corners of the world. If you want to treat your family well, then treat them well. If you want to try flying, then you might as well raise your wealth and prepare to purchase or refine flying goo worms. Feng Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to stay in the alley, then stay. If you want to join the streets and enjoy the crowd, then walk out. Do not mistreat your feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself often, then you will reap the harvest of regret. You will often wear a mask and become another person. In any case, it will not be the real you. Charlene heard this and immediately felt her heart become extremely clear, as if she had been enlightened. The sadness and melancholy from before were completely swept away. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1685. Master, I will never forget your guidance. The mermaid girl had a solemn expression as she took half a step back and bowed to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes it is easier said than done. Let me ask you, what do you want to do the most now? Xiaolin hesitated. I want to follow you, Master Chu. This sentence immediately appeared in her mind. But before she could speak, Feng Yuan shook his head. You have not thought about it. Think about it when you have time in the future. Actually, I don't care what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xiaolin shook her head, but at the next moment, her pupils dilated, her body froze and did not move. Because Feng Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched her face. Bang, 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 bang. Xiaolin's face was flushed red. Her heart was beating rapidly and her eyes were filled with ripples of autumn water. She felt the warmth and breadth of Feng Yuan's palm. This feeling was like a tiny electric current that spread throughout her body and mind. It was clearly a very ordinary action, but it made Xiaolin unable to move. Feng Yuan retracted his hand. You still have a mask on your face. Xiaolin was bewildered. She heard Feng Yuan continue. Sometimes, we put on a mask of our own accord. Sometimes, others force us to put on a mask. Now, I want to take off the mask on your face. You have to cooperate with me, understand? Master, you don't need to. Xiaolin vaguely knew what Feng Yuan wanted to do. She stuttered as she tried to dissuade him. Feng Yuan waved his hand. My heart will be happy as long as I don't take off this mask. I don't want to hurt my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation. At this point, how could Xiaolin reject? She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Yuan 3 times before standing up silently. Master Chu, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Okay, then become the saintess. What? A few days later, the final test of the sea god ceremony, everyone was watching. Sui looked at Xiaolin in extreme shock. It was as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies below the stage were also stunned. After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into an uproar. Sui originally had victory in her grasp because her opponent was heavily injured in the previous round and could not go on stage due to the short amount of time. But unexpectedly, an accident happened. The long-lost younger sister of his competitor had been found. It was the mermaid Xia Lin in front of him. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xia Lin. Isn't she the one who betrayed Su Yi and sold out her master for glory? That is just a rumor spread by Su Yi's side. The real reason was that Su Yi wanted to squeeze out a follower spot. I heard that the invigilator has already pleaded guilty. There's even evidence of him coercing Xia Lin. It's irrefutable. This is even more exciting than the singing in the opera. The crowd discussed animatedly and gradually became excited. The two old women sent private messages to each other. What the hell is going on? Why did the public's opinion change so suddenly? And we did not arrange for an invigilator at all. Why did he suddenly plead guilty? Su Yi's expression was very ugly, but Xia Lin was calm. She looked at the crowd with a calm attitude. Fang Yuan's earlier teachings seemed to have elevated her to a whole new level. Seeing that Xia Lin did not put her in her eyes, Su Yi felt even more annoyed. She snorted coldly. Xia Lin, I really did not expect that we would meet again in this manner. I also did not expect it. Xia Lin looked at Su Yi and said honestly, the ups and downs these few days were like a dream. Su Yi snorted coldly again. No matter what you are plotting, this final test is not something any merman can pass. The saintess of this sea god ceremony will definitely be me. Oh, Xia Lin replied plainly. Su Yi instantly felt like her punch landed on cotton. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lin started to look at the crowd again. There were too many people. They were densely packed together. Master Chu said that he would look for me in the crowd. But which one is he? Why can't I find him? Could it be that he had disguised himself? His divine ability is too great. If he wants to hide his identity, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him that I want to leave with him. I wonder if he will agree to it? This question lingered in Xia Lin's mind. The saintess position had no attraction compared to the answer to this question. In the first round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi. In the second round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi again. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The audience went into an uproar as they discussed and expressed their shock. Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd. His expression was similar to the people around him, but his heart was cold. These last few days, he had been secretly nurturing Xia Lin. He did not hesitate to use time path immortal methods to gain a lot of time to train her to a certain extent. Adding on the songs that Fang Yuan personally composed, there was also the sound path gu worm that Fang Yuan gave to Xia Lin. It was specially made for her. And when Su Yi and Xia Lin went on stage to sing, Fang Yuan had secretly done something to affect their performance. The former's performance was not smooth, while the latter's performance was getting better with Fang Yuan's secret support. Other than us outsiders, this grotto heaven originally had no gu immortals. Now that I am using immortal methods, do you think I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal gu masters? What do we do? The third round is about to begin. The two nannies were sweating profusely. They were sent by the clan to assist Su Yi. If Su Yi did not obtain the saintess position, they would not be able to escape the clan's responsibility. Su Yi's expression was pale as she looked at Xia Lin. This was like a dream. From Su Yi's point of view, Xia Lin was just an ordinary and dull girl. But because she had gather oil gu and was a merman, she had the intention to make use of her. Although she felt uncomfortable when she ostracized Xia Lin earlier, she did not think much of it. Even if Xia Lin wanted to take revenge, what could she do? She was alone and only had rank 2 cultivation. Wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? If not for the saintess position in sight and Su Yi did not want to be distracted, she would have used this chance to snatch Xia Lin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not returning kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? This was the sin of possessing a precious item. Thus, in Su Yi's opinion, rather than Xia Lin being harmed, she might as well persuade her to contribute gather oil gu to her clan. That way, she would benefit from it and Xia Lin would not die. It would be helping her. This was a small plan in Su Yi's mind. But the saintess position was too important. Su Yi did not dare to be distracted and did not want to attract criticism. She could only give up on Xia Lin for now. If someone had told her before that Xia Lin would be her biggest obstacle in competing for the saintess position, Su Yi's reply would be, Hee hee. But now, Sui really wanted to laugh at herself. This fate was too cruel. That's right. Fang Yuan personally made a fake identity for Xiaolin, who could see through it. There was not a single person in the huge sacred city. Thus, the evidence that proved Xiaolin's identity was unassailable and irrefutable. Even Sui believed that Xiaolin's identity was true. Oh fate, this joke of yours is too big. Sui sighed in her heart. Missy, what do we do? The two nannies were also at a loss. There's no way we can do anything in public, and we don't have enough time. There is only one way left. I will personally persuade her. Sui was silent for a while before gritting her teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, I am Sui. Xiaolin was shocked, but she soon calmed down and replied in secret. What is it? Sui prepared for a few breaths. I want to make a deal with you. You withdraw your strength and defeat me in the next round. I will become the saintess. I swear to the sea god that I am willing to pay a price that you will be satisfied with. Even if I am not strong enough, my clan will definitely satisfy you. Xiaolin was silent for a while before saying, I am sorry, Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Xiaolin, you are too young. Maybe you do not know the meaning of the saintess position. What do you think a saintess is? Is it pure faith? Or is it a shallow talent show? None of them. It involves benefits. It involves the competition of the entire sacred city's upper echelons. This is a political game. I know, you want to take revenge on me, but do you know? The situation you are in right now is also very dangerous. Once you become the saintess, you will be in even more danger. The force on your sister's side pushed you to the throne because they have no other choice, so they are trying everything they can. Once you become the saintess, they will do their best to turn you into their puppet and make you do many things that are beneficial to them. Although I have not interacted with you for a long time, I understand you very well, Xiaolin. You are pure and kind. If you become the saintess, you will probably seek benefits for the merfolk. But you will never succeed, because you are not part of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you integrate with one of them and become their representative, you will be ostracized by everyone else. You will become the most mediocre saintess in history, a saintess in name only. And if you choose to make a deal with me, the things you will obtain will definitely exceed your imagination, much more than what you can get from your sister. Please believe in my sincerity. Sui's eloquence was incredible. Even Xiaolin was moved by her words. But she replied at the next moment, Lady Sui, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to this. Why? Sui's tone was anxious. Do you think I am lying to you? Although it is cruel, I am speaking the truth. Don't be so naive, all right? Xiaolin was silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1686, 500 Years of Fang Yuan's Previous Life. Sea God Ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Fang Yuan fell into silence. But he was silent for a short while before he chuckled, transmitting his voice. You think I don't know what you are saying? You think I am an inexperienced young man? No, I understand all these tricks. I am very clear about them. I know these facts and I accept them. Fang Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain. He went to southern border, then western desert, and finally eastern sea. He had struggled on the verge of death. He had worried about 1 or 2 yuan stone. He had bent his back. He had groveled in front of experts and rich lives. He had also sat on the main seat, drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports. He was lowly. He was glorious. He was lofty. He was ordinary. Including his life on Earth, and the adventures he went through when he transmigrated here, his vision was innately higher than that of ordinary people. His experiences were also rich and exciting. They could be written into a book. How could such a person not understand the world? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. He quickly replied, Since you know this is the truth, you should understand that you are taking a risk now. This is the internal conflict of us mermen. You are a human goo master. You are not strong. Why are you getting involved? You like Xiaohanimo? I can guarantee that after this is done, I will give you even more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity. I can swear to the sea god. A merman swearing to the sea god. Such sincerity is unquestionable. But Fang Yuan's tone changed. Even though I accept this fact, it does not mean I like it. You think I like Xiaohanamo? No, no. I only want to help her. Why would I take such a risk? Because I have a principle. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be repaid. I have used lifespan Gu. I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I had hoped to live forever, but now I am getting sick of this idea. Life is getting more and more boring. Sometimes, the destination of the road is not important. What's important is the process of walking, as well as the state of mind when walking. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't understand Fang Yuan's lifestyle. You're saying that the position of the saintess isn't important, but the process of you helping the saintess is important? Not bad, but there's more. The dark politics you mentioned and the mermaid beauties you promised to give me are not important. Although I know about it, I have never cared about it. Perhaps you can understand a little. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired of wearing a mask. To me, death is not scary at all. Right now, I just want to live with my truest self and use the method I want to use the most to achieve my goal. Only by living like this can I feel the passion of life and desire for life. Frost-Tide tribe leader was dumbfounded. He finally understood a little and shouted, "So you are a madman. You've said so much because you've lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. You want to court death. So be it if you were a Gu immortal, but you're just a mere rank 3 Gu master. You want to live on your own will? You're dreaming." Fang Yuan laughed. You think you can live on your own will after becoming a Gu immortal? Live without a mask? Where there are people, there will be conflicts and conflicts. Survival and living are two different things. How you want to live doesn't depend on your strength and cultivation level. It only depends on your heart. After pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan continued. Actually, having low strength is also very interesting. When you truly live with your true face, having low strength will cause you to face more difficulties and challenges in reality. Surpass these difficulties and face these challenges. Life will be full of wonders. Frost-Tide tribe's leader stood on the spot in a daze. He was dumbfounded. He could not speak anymore. His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at Fang Yuan, seeing the slight smile on his lips. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This person has such a strange and prejudiced way of thinking. It is extremely vulgar and has a tendency to self-destruct. He is probably possessed by the devil. Not only does he not play by the rules, the scarier thing is that he does not think according to the rules. His way of thinking was completely different from the general public. He was too deviant. This is a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a chill in his heart. He felt that this was Fang Yuan's true nature, even if he had not casually slaughtered a large number of people, even if Fang Yuan was doing a good deed of repaying kindness. At the same time, Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a deep sense of helplessness. If it was a youngster who was inexperienced, he could still hide his true intentions and pretend to be a senior to guide him, teach him, and let him know the complexity of society and some dark truths. But Fang Yuan knew everything. He knew almost everything. The most helpless thing was that Fang Yuan's way of thinking was completely different from others. He is too assertive. He is too prejudiced. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation level. How can he dare? Unreasonable, unreasonable. He is a lunatic. He is a madman. He is too arrogant. He actually looks down on life and death. That's right. He is not even afraid of death. What else does he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, authority, and status in the world cannot compare to a tiny bit of satisfaction in his heart. What else can I take out to tempt him? Frost-Tide tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that Fang Yuan had no fear and would not accept any temptation. Maybe one day, he would be tempted, but this was definitely what he wanted to be tempted. This was his true intention in the depths of his heart. It was not easy for people to live in this world. It was the same for mermen. Even though Frost-Tide tribe's leader had a high status and authority, it was even more difficult for him. He still had the merman sacred city's tribe elders to suppress him. He had so many subordinates. Some were scheming against each other. Some were coveting his position. He had many children who were crying piteously for food. He had many concubines and conflicts. Everything needed to be monitored by him. He needed to handle them. He needed to arrange them. He was corrupt. Was that wrong? That was right. What was corruption? Corruption was nothing more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other people who had already obtained the benefits feel unfair. A piece of cake. The original situation was like this. You get a piece, I get a piece. Now, I secretly took away the second piece. You looked at it with envy. You said that you broke the previous agreement. What right do you have to take so much? This was corruption. Do you think that the grand elders who support the saintess aren't corrupt? More or less, right? Even if the grand clan elder wasn't greedy, what about her subordinates? Where are her children? It was just that it wasn't as severe as the Frost-Tide tribe's leader. Perhaps, even if the great clan elder's party was no longer corrupted, the great clan elder would not be corrupted. But they were also higher-ups, people who ate the cake, and people who exploited others. From this point of view, everyone was an exploiter. What was the difference? They were all the same. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe had never felt that his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauty, and power. He was becoming more and more corrupt, gradually exceeding the distribution agreement. But he didn't want to stop, and the greed in his heart made him unable to stop. No, it can't be called greed. It should be called ideal. Many times, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe shouted this to himself in his heart. There was a joke that wasn't a joke. The father asked the son, "What is your ideal when you grow up?" The son answered, "Money and beauty." The father gave the son a slap. The son answered again, "Career and love." The father smiled and nodded. Therefore, career and love were ideals. Money and beauty, men, were also ideals. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was righteous. What was wrong with him pursuing wealth, beauty, power, and fame? Did you think it was vulgar? These were all ideals. Which person's life wasn't filled with such ideals? The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe liked such ideals from the bottom of his bones. This was because such ideals could spur him on, and at the same time, it could entice others, making them pay and sacrifice for their own ideals, and then help him, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe. What was wrong with him being corrupt? These were all ideals. Ideals needed to be realized, and they needed to be worked hard. When the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was corrupt for the first time, he knew that there would be a moment when he would be opposed by others and suffer the backlash. But so what? This was how it should be, and it was inevitable. This was the difficulty and pain that must be endured on the road to realizing one's ideals. As long as he could overcome these difficulties and these pains, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe could realize his ideals. In front of him, as long as he used a series of political tricks, such as under-the-table manipulation, indirect attacks, and military deterrence, he would be able to realize his ideals. In this regard, the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe, who had been in a high position for a long time, was quite confident. He did have the capital to be confident. In fact, if it wasn't for Feng Yuan's sudden appearance, he would have already pushed aside Xie Hanmo and pushed his own person onto the throne of the saintess. Once that happened, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully preserved the victory that he had obtained through corruption. In the future, with the help of the puppet saintess, he would issue a few policies in the name of the vast number of mermaids and the prospects of the entire sacred city. He would launder his dirty money and legalize his corruption. At that time, who could say that he was corrupt? But just as the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe was about to succeed, he miscalculated and was completely defeated. Because he met Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan didn't have ideals. No, it couldn't be said like that. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe firmly believed that he also liked wealth, beauty, power, and fame, but he liked to live according to his own will even more. This was his ideal. What do you want such lofty ideals for? With such ideals, doesn't it make the vast majority of us look very vulgar and ordinary? You're courting death. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hated Feng Yuan to the core. This hatred was even more intense because of some secret and undetectable fear in the bottom of his heart. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe wanted nothing more than to skin Feng Yuan alive. He wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately. But he couldn't do that now. This was the Sea God ceremony. The last song. Xia Hanmo and Fang Yuan went on stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment, and Xia Hanmo's voice floated up. The sea laughs at the surging tides floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world. Who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. The ups and downs of life were like the tides. There were high and there were low. Why was there a need to always worry about success or failure? His carefree and romantic feelings immediately intoxicated the listener. The rivers and mountains laugh at the distant misty rain. The waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The cool breeze laughs and provokes loneliness. Lofty sentiments still remain. Lofty sentiments, free and uninhibited. All kinds of ideals in the mortal world will be washed away by the waves. Even life itself would perish. What's the big deal? A gentleman doesn't succumb to external things. He stands aloof and forgets about gains and losses. Fate is unpredictable. Why should one uphold one's nature, abandon the mask, and search for one's true self? I have lofty sentiments. I have my loneliness. Even if it's the sunset of life, I have my brilliance. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Frost Tide tribe's face was pale and his body trembled. He knew he would definitely lose this battle. The seas laugh at the surging tides of the world floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world. Heaven knows who wins and who loses. Mountains laugh at the distant misty rain. The waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The common people are no longer lonely. The lofty sentiments are still smiling foolishly. I fought my way through the mortal world. I was born. I entered the world. I lived my own life. I lived according to my heart, even when the waves caused me to rise and fall, up and down, life and death. I never felt wronged, resentment, fear, or worry. I savor this feeling. I will still smile foolishly. I have a true nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, activating goo worms to his heart's content. The zither music was melodious. Frost Tide tribe's leader stared at him with a dazed expression, muttering, "Demon, demon." Xia Hanmo was also in a daze as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes shining with an extraordinary light. She thought to herself, this kind of free and easy life, isn't this what I yearn for? Fang Yuan was able to create such a song. He truly has an immortal nature. In this life, Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merman's Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xiaolin appeared, the third song. The seas laugh, surging with the tides of the world, floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today. Heaven laughs, tides of the world. Who will win and who will lose, only heaven knows. The crowd was shaken. Suyi's face was ashen. The outcome was obvious. Xiaolin was already in a daze. Master Chu's image was raised infinitely in her heart at this moment. He was like the moon and the clouds. The familiar melody resounded in Fang Yuan's ears again. Reality and memories intertwined in his mind at this moment. He had once stood on the stage and played the accompaniment, smiling with his eyes closed. Right now, he was watching from below the stage, his eyes shining with eerie light. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes, the power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like it did not change him. Chapter 1687. The sea god ceremony ended. The result was a huge shock. The saintess was someone no one expected, Xiaolin. Saintess Palace was bright and beautiful. There were groups of servants. Xiaolin had already changed into saintess attire. Her fishtail was on the clouds, and she wore a white veil. At this moment, she opened the window and looked at the huge courtyard. Those colorful corals could not attract her attention. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused. It has been a few days since the sea god ceremony ended. Master Chu did not appear after secretly transmitting to me on the day of the ceremony. When will he return? Saintess, your sister is here to visit. At this moment, a maid walked behind Xiaolin and reported. Xiaolin frowned slightly. She sighed and said, "Invite her in." Xiaolin's sister, Zhao Lu, entered the Saintess Palace. Of course, she was only Xiaolin's sister in name. But after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this sister never suspected Xiaolin's true identity. "Sister, have you considered what I said a few days ago?" Zhao Lu went straight to the point. Xiaolin shook her head. "I am very sorry. I do not want to get involved in other matters." The saintess position is not what I want. If possible, I do not want to be a saintess. Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter was filled with mockery and jealousy. She and Sui competed until they lost. Then Xia Lin appeared out of nowhere and was given a chance by the faction that supported her. They did not expect her to succeed. The political faction behind Zhao Lu naturally would not let Xia Lin go. They wanted to use her as their representative. But before Fang Yuan left, he transmitted his voice to Xia Lin, telling her not to agree to anyone and join any political faction. Therefore, Xia Lin had rejected Zhao Lu a few days ago. As for Zhao Lu, her mood wasn't that great. First of all, her long-lost younger sister had suddenly reappeared. Apart from the connection of blood, she had no other feelings for her. Secondly, she worked so hard for so long. But the saintess position was snatched away by Xia Lin, who cut the queue. This was equivalent to snatching away her lifelong dream. In the end, the force behind her wanted her to step forward and persuade her younger sister Xia Lin to join their side. But Xia Lin rejected. Because of all these, Zhao Lu's mood was naturally not good. Xia Lin, my sister, if you really don't want to become the saintess, why did you stand out then? Don't say such things to big sister, we both understand. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. I guarantee that this deal will satisfy you. Zhao Lu decided to lay it all out. Xia Lin's frown deepened. She knew that Zhao Lu wasn't her sister, it was just Master Chu's doing. Now that she heard Zhao Lu's words, Xia Lin's impression of her dropped significantly. Big sister, Xia Lin said softly, I'm sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But don't worry, I've even rejected you, so I definitely won't cooperate with other forces. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. Charlene, you're too naive, you actually think so? I always thought that you were just waiting for the right price. Alas, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, let me make it clear, without our support, you will die, do you understand? Xia Lin was slightly stunned. She stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me? Zhao Lu shook her head. Don't think too much, we never had the intention to harm you, even if you don't cooperate with us in the end. Because you are the saintess, a person recognized by the sea god, who among the merfolk forces would dare to do anything to you? Once the plot is exposed, they will die without a burial ground. What I want to tell you is, every chosen saintess has a very important mission. That is to go to the demon suppression regret-crying sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using the song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic nature in the regret-crying sea. This is an extremely dangerous mission. It can be said to be a narrow escape. Many of the previous saintesses died in the cries of regret. Some of them came back alive, but they also became crazy and muttered to themselves. Although the position of saintess is good, there are huge risks and dangers. If not for this mission, the number of mermaids competing for saintess would increase by at least 10 times. There's such a thing? Xia Lin was stunned. Zhao Lu smiled. Do you think I am lying to you? Although this information is hidden, it is not an important secret. With your current status and identity, you can easily find out. You can ask anyone, of course. Ordinary merfolk are still in the dark. In the sea areas controlled by the sacred court, the most dangerous one is the demon suppression regret-crying sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. Legend has it that Paradise Earth immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic path Gu immortal there. The immortal Venerable could not bear to take the demonic path Gu immortal's life, so he suppressed him and made him repent. This demonic path Gu immortal had no choice but to repent. Thus his cries of remorse could be heard frequently in that sea area. But his sins were too heavy, his demonic nature was too strong. Every once in a while, the demonic nature in the sea area would accumulate and affect the living beings in the sea, making them stronger and more vicious. The saintess mission is to go to the center of demon suppression regret-crying sea and sing with all your strength, using your voice to eliminate the demonic nature in the sea area. Otherwise, as time passes, the demonic nature in demon suppression regret-crying sea will get stronger and stronger. The living beings in the sea will become even more vicious and domineering, invading all directions. This demonic nature can even spread, causing demon suppression regret-crying sea area to expand and become larger. This was the first time Xia Lin had heard of such a secret. Shock appeared on her face. That means to say, Even if they have sufficient support and preparations, it will still be very dangerous. If I go alone, without your help, I will almost be courting death? Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She thought she could convince Xiaolin with this, but Xiaolin still shook her head. Even so, I do not want to cooperate. Even if you die? Zhao Lu's expression turned cold. Xiaolin was hesitant, but Fang Yuan's figure in her heart made her stick to her agreement with Fang Yuan. Yes, I insist, even if I die. Zhao Lu was extremely angry, but she forced a smile. Then, I can only wish you good luck. The two sisters parted on bad terms. Haha, it really appeared. In front of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. On the merit obelisk, a new mission appeared. Help the new saintess complete the most important mission. The mission did not have any detailed content. As for what the mission was, just by looking at this mission, others would have no idea. But Fang Yuan had already investigated it. In this Merman sacred court, the chosen saintesses all had one important mission. That was to purify demon suppression regret-crying sea. If there was such a mission, then Fang Yuan could enter demon suppression regret-crying sea. But the problem was, Fang Yuan was not sure if such a mission would appear on the merit obelisk. So Fang Yuan needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have no one to rely on, and her strength should be low. This way, the saintess would not be able to complete her mission. She would need help from outsiders. In this grotto heaven, other than the suppressed demonic immortals, there were probably no native Gu immortals. Demon suppression regret-crying sea was extremely dangerous. Every once in a while, it would accumulate demonic nature. The method of restraining it in the grotto heaven was to choose saintesses. They had to sacrifice themselves and advance wave after wave. The saintess mission was very important. If the saintess generation stopped for too long, the demonic nature might spread to the whole grotto heaven. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's ambush. Everything Fang Yuan did was to facilitate the creation of this mission. From the results, his plan was perfect. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted this mission and teleported to the sacred city again. Several days later, Saintess Xiaolin stood on a giant tortoise, slowly moving towards demon suppression regret-crying sea. Behind her was Fang Yuan. The journey was calm and peaceful, but suddenly, a strong wind blew. Crying sounds could be heard along with the wind. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much. Xiaolin was shocked. She quickly looked at Fang Yuan. Master Chu. No worries. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He secretly used wisdom path methods to calm down Xiaolin and the giant tortoise. This crying sound was like an immortal killer move. It could affect the emotions and emotions of ordinary people. The closer they got to the center of demon suppression regret-crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sounds. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I regret it. I should not have left to pursue strength. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial piety. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid immortal Gu. I let my most trusted friend take the blame. I obtained the benefits myself. The sorrowful cries made Xiaolin's face turn pale. Fang Yuan, however, became even more excited because he could already sense the huge immortal formation here. I am almost certain that Regret Gu is here. But if I take Regret Gu, will I destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup plan? Fang Yuan had some doubts. Regret Gu was a huge matter. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea. It was clearly not part of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But for Fang Yuan, it was a crucial Gu worm that he had to take away. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take the risk. He relaxed his mind and activated his investigative methods. This demon suppression regret-crying formation gradually appeared in his mind. It was becoming clearer and more comprehensive. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a pale expression. Such an amazing formation. It is as vast as the starry sky. My formation path attainment level is extraordinary, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but to comprehend all of the profundities of this formation, I will need decades of time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. His heart suddenly shook. Regret goo. He found regret goo. Even though regret goo was concealed, Fang Yuan had already deduced from all sorts of clues and arrangements that regret goo was hiding in the central part of the sea. How do I get regret goo? If I act rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it will be very bad. Maybe I can use reverse flow protection seal to fight it head-on? Or should I use the power of the giant demon that is suppressed? Fang Yuan racked his brains, thinking continuously. If he released the giant demon, this small world would be plunged into misery and suffering. But Fang Yuan had no qualms or pity about it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The entire formation was activated. Regret goo flew out and shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely grand force surged out and acted on Fang Yuan. Chapter 1688. Dark clouds covered the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking heaven and earth. Central Continent, Maple Leaf City, in the City Lord's manor. Maple Leaf City Lord stood in a corridor outside a house, pacing around. He had a square face and was not imposing but angry. Right now, his brows were tightly furrowed. His mood was like the sky, restless and extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped and walked to the door, listening attentively. Other than the sound of the storm and thunder, he could hear his wife's miserable groans and the shouts of several midwives. "Wife, use more strength. Use more strength." Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old and deeply loved his wife. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the strongest battle strength in the surrounding thousands of li. He had a high status and was a charismatic leader. He was loved by many. But the only flaw was that he did not have a child. 9 months ago, he was overjoyed because his wife was finally pregnant with his flesh and blood. He could be said to have gotten a child at an old age. The biggest regret in his life was made up for. But even though he invited 3 famous midwives, 2 with rank 3 cultivation level and 1 with rank 4 cultivation level, he still encountered unexpected difficulties on the day of his wife's delivery. How can this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to vent his anger, but had no way to vent it. He clenched his fists. The battle strength he was so proud of was useless now. Even though he had many healing goo worms, he was not good at helping women give birth. Sigh. He could only restrain his emotions and lower his head, pacing around the corridor in front of the door. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, he heard a baby crying. Next, he heard the midwife laughing inside. She gave birth. She gave birth. It's a boy. Wife, you succeeded. I have a child. My son. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned before becoming overjoyed. He could not wait to open the door and rush in to take a look. But at this time, a strange fragrance came from inside the house. This fragrance refreshed the mind and was not greasy at all. Next, the fragrance thickened and condensed into colorful flowing lights that floated in the air like streams of water, enveloping the whole house and even the surrounding hundreds of steps. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped in his tracks, extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was that the colorful lights in the air were increasing in number, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The thunderstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shone down like a pillar. There was a magnificent pillar of light that shone precisely on the delivery room of the City Lord's wife. After that, the flowing lights and vibrant colors condensed together to actually form a crimson-colored lotus the size of a house. It floated in midair, vivid and lifelike, and didn't disperse for a long time. A natural anomaly. The master of Maple Leaf City was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also stunned on the spot. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 heavens, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals stood on the clouds, observing Maple Leaf City's City Lord manor. They saw the unusual phenomenon of the birth of the baby. It has finally appeared. Duke Mei, who was standing at the center, heaved a long sigh. He looked old and kind. His eyebrows were especially strange, like 2 delicate dark brown roots, extending from his eyebrows all the way to his chest. This child is extraordinary after all, favored by the fate of the human Tao. His innate fate is already so rich, actually condensing into a red lotus canopy, visible to the naked eye. This is definitely an immortal venerable seed. Our celestial court did not expend 3 wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce him in vain. Gu immortal Duke Tong, who was standing on the left, sighed with emotion. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely strong physique. His face and skin were like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. He stood on the clouds like a towering mountain, like a Vajra pagoda, giving off a peerless aura of not moving even when the world was shaking, of being indifferent to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Duke Mei nodded. Past immortal venerables and demon venerables have a common characteristic, that is, they possess the luck of the human Tao. It is just that some do not show it initially, they hide their luck and hide it. Only after a certain period of time would it suddenly erupt. This child had such a phenomenon at birth. No wonder heaven and earth could not tolerate it and sent down calamities and tribulations to destroy him. This is rare even in the records of past venerables. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most outstanding existence among the venerables. Saying so, Duke Mei's body suddenly shook. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke Mei. Duke Tong frowned. You and I have suffered heavy injuries in resisting the calamities and tribulations. Lord Duke Mei. The Gu immortal on the right also revealed a concerned expression. He had the appearance of a human youth with purple hair and a dragon-shaped aura constantly revolving around his body. Duke Mei looked at the young Gu immortal. Duke Long, Fate Gu has already revealed that you have an extremely deep fate with this child. When this child becomes a venerable in the future, you will be his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him, and nurture him. You will help him, and he will help you. The two of you are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity. You will never be forgotten. Yes, I will go now. The young Gu immortal, Duke Long, nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were still tightly furrowed. After returning to Celestial Court, Duke Mei and I will enter the longest hibernation to recuperate. The era of the Celestial Court's 3 dukes will never return. Duke Long, you will lead the Celestial Court and lead the Celestial Court to continue bringing glory to this great world. Yes. Duke Long restrained the surging emotions in his heart as he stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. His sleeves fluttered, and with a wave of his hand, chi currents surged, vast and boundless. Dragon roars resounded incessantly, attracting the attention of heaven and earth and shocking everyone. Under this boundless aura, he slowly descended and landed in Maple Leaf City Lord's Manor. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were already kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable person after all. He knew about the existence of Gu immortals and also knew that his strength could not resist even a finger of a Gu immortal. He forcefully calmed himself down and greeted. I am Hong Zhu, greetings to Lord Immortal. I wonder why Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world. Duke Long smiled. Hong Zhu, your son is the child of luck, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years. His aptitude is superb and rarely seen in the world. As long as he is nurtured properly, he will definitely become a great person in the future. But if he lacks guidance, there is the danger of slaughtering living beings and creating chaos in the universe. So I am very happy to see this talent, and for the sake of the common people of humanity, I have specially come to take this child as my disciple. In the future, I will nurture and guide him carefully, making him the leader of the righteous path and a Gu immortal who seeks for the welfare of the whole of humanity. Hearing this, Maple Leaf City Lord Hong Zhu was pleasantly surprised. He was shocked by Duke Long's words, but he had seen the phenomenon of heaven and earth with his own eyes, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. He was naturally happy that his son had a Gu immortal master. His future achievements would be limitless, and he would absolutely surpass his father. Although he was the lord of a city and had a high status and authority, compared to a Gu immortal, it was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. But other than joy, Hong Zhu was also a little disappointed. He had a son at an old age, but before he could even see his son, he was going to be taken in as a disciple by a lord immortal. The chances of them meeting each other in the future would be extremely limited. Duke Long took a look at Hongzhu and immediately knew what he was thinking. He consoled, "Don't worry, I am only here today to explain this matter and not to take your son away. When he is 10 years old, it will be the right time for me to bring him up the mountain and teach him some skills." Hongzhu heard this and was extremely excited. He quickly thanked him. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already packed up and was carrying the newborn baby. She walked out of the room with the 3 midwives and quickly knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the baby. He laughed heartily and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city lord's wife at the next moment. He carefully carried the baby and observed it. This baby did not have the ugly appearance of a newborn baby. He had a head of black hair, red lips, and white teeth, and looked very cute. His eyes were as bright as stars, shining brightly. His skin was fair and tender, and his chubby face was extremely lovable. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in midair slowly descended and kept shrinking. Under Duke Long's gaze, it finally landed on the baby's forehead and condensed into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He thought to himself, "This fate condenses into a birthmark, engraved between the brows. This is a phenomenon that none of the previous venerable ones have. This disciple of mine will probably be very special when he becomes a venerable one in the future." At this thought, the child that was light as a feather in Duke Long's arms felt as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's heart. "There's no need to kneel. Get up." After looking at it for a while, Duke Long solemnly returned the baby to the city lord's wife. He opened his mouth and exhaled. 3 streams of aura flashed. One of them landed on the baby, while the other 2 entered the city lord's wife's body. The baby immediately fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the city lord's wife felt a boundless power filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife exclaimed. The weakness from just giving birth had already disappeared. She was brimming with energy and had returned to her youthful state. Meanwhile, City Lord Hongzhu was shocked to find that all his old injuries had healed. The primeval essence in his aperture had actually surpassed common sense and had a trace of green luster. His strength that could not increase anymore seemed to have risen by a huge chunk. Hongzhu was not in a hurry to sense the changes in his body. He immediately thanked Duke Long together with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me, because I still need your help. One's parents and one's master could not replace one another. I like the fact that you two love each other, and more importantly, care deeply for your son. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be of great help to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again." Saying so, Duke Long slowly floated up into the sky. Along the way, air currents surged and dragon roars resounded in a rhythmic manner, like a formless dragon tide surging. The mortals in the city looked up at the sky, watching as Duke Long flew away until his figure was concealed by the clouds. After a moment of silence, there was a loud explosion and the entire city went into an uproar. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1689. The clear blue sky was cloudless. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people. It had been 6 years since the birth of the city lord's son, Hong Ting. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City had no disasters. The weather was good and the city's scale kept expanding. It had already grown more than 10 times its original size. It was the first human city in the entire plains. Chirp, 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 chirp. A flock of spiritual sparrows flew over from nowhere. Their bodies shone with golden light as they flew over in large groups. They had extraordinary intelligence. When they flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion, they suddenly exploded and turned into specks of golden light that fell down. In the city lord's mansion, Hong Ting was waving the small treasure sword in his hand. He moved quickly among the rockery and danced with the sword. For a moment, Hong Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of sword light could be seen, shining like silver. Good. Amazing. Young master is really talented. This sword technique has only been taught for 3 months, and he has already mastered it. It's really hard to imagine. The surrounding guards praised him from the bottom of their hearts. City Lord Hong Zhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was full of pride for his son. As for the shock, it had already disappeared. In these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. It made him understand how shallow his understanding of the word genius was. Because he had been shocked too many times, Hong Zhu had already become numb. In the following years, it became a matter of course. Clang. At this moment, there was a crisp sound. The silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared again. He held the small treasure sword and cut off a corner of a mountain rock. Immediately, cheers and praises were heard. Father, I always feel that this sword technique is not enough. There is a lot of room for improvement. Hong Ting's lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like stars. He walked out of the rockery with a smile on his face. Father Hong Zhu laughed. This sword technique of yours is the secret manual of the famous sword cultivator Zhao Sansi. I exchanged for it with a rare treasure. You have only practiced for 3 months and you don't like it? Hong Ting blinked his eyes. A cute slyness flashed in his eyes. Father, I just said it out of feeling. To be honest, this sword technique is just awesome. I have practiced for 3 months and have already grasped the essence. Hong Zhu nodded and felt a headache again. Her son's aptitude was too high. He learned everything quickly, and he learned everything to the end. This was a good point, but there was also a bad point. A few years ago, Hong Ting had already hollowed out Hong Zhu's foundation. He tried every possible way to find other people's secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not stop Hong Ting's black hole-like learning ability. In the long run, what should they do? Right at this moment, a flock of spirit sparrows flew over their heads and exploded into golden specks of light. The specks of light sprinkled down and quickly merged into everyone's minds. Most of them were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They had all been imparted and mastered all kinds of strange secret manuals. It's another immortal imparting technique. I wonder which immortal did this. We still have to thank the young master. It's all thanks to him. All the guards looked at Hong Ting fervently. Even Hong Zhu's gaze had a trace of complexity. Hong Ting shut his eyes and immersed himself in the rich knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Hong Zhu and the rest were already used to it. Even the people outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their normal lives, busying themselves with their own matters. Phenomena and immortal traces were fascinating, but when such things happened many times, they became normal. The immortal traces that happened to Hong Ting were no longer a simple concept. They were so numerous that people were numb to it. Ever since he was born and was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, he would often appear in immortal traces. Duke Long was the leader of Celestial Court. Not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court, just the 10 great ancient sects of Celestial Court were all colossal forces, overlords of their own regions with deep foundations. Duke Long took in a disciple with great fanfare without concealment. Everyone understood his intentions. Thus, be it Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very concerned about Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was a luck seed. He would be nurtured by Celestial Court to become a future immortal Venerable. This was no secret. Thus, every once in a while, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting, forming good karma and becoming familiar with him. Thus, golden sparrow imparting techniques were no longer rare. There were also spirit crane imparting techniques, auspicious clouds delivering fruits, sacred wind cleansing marrow, and other immortal traces and phenomena. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his mind, but he frowned. Although there are 18 types of weapon training techniques in here, each of them is exquisite. There is still no method to awaken the aperture in advance. Father, when can I open my aperture and control goo worms? These techniques, no matter how high they are only mortal techniques. Only manipulating goo worms is the proper way. My son, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten what your master instructed me in the letter he sent? Hong Zhu said in a pleasant tone. Hong Ting impatiently waved his hand. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken the aperture in advance, I can only do it when I am 12 years old. If the time is not right and the opportunity is not here, I cannot advance it. I am very curious. Master is so powerful. Why can't he help me awaken my aperture now? Hong Zhu's expression sank. Son, your master is an upper immortal. You cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand that he will absolutely not harm you, just like how our parents love and protect you. Yes, Father. I said something wrong, Father. Please don't be angry, okay? Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial towards his parents. Time passed. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Long appeared again and officially took Hong Ting as his disciple, personally teaching him as he traveled around the world. When Hong Ting was 12 years old, Duke Long helped him awaken his aperture. He officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless aptitude and solid foundation, his cultivation advanced rapidly. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had improved. His experience had also been enriched along the way. He met many people, from mortals to immortals, from kind people to evil people. His understanding of life and heaven and earth continued to deepen. He was chivalrous. He abhorred evil. He was handsome and confident. He was resourceful and resourceful. Master, I found out that villainous Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered the village. He is on a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned from hunting and returned to the cave, excitedly saying to Duke Long. Duke Long nodded and smiled. Sit down. My soup is almost done. This is the bone soup of an ancient, desolate beast. It will be very beneficial to your growth. Hong Ting threw the prey in his hand to the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, over a year ago, I wanted to attack Xue Tu Dao and exterminate evil. You said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he was rank 5. I could not fight him. I could not go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and had 8 killer moves. I had a high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said I did not have a 100% chance and should not make a move. 3 months ago, I already had rank 5 cultivation and could deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 or 3 moves, but you said it was not time for him to die. It was not time to kill him. Master, if we continue to let such an evil person live, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost. Now, it is time for me to make a move. Duke Long put down the ladle in his hand and stopped stirring the bone soup in the pot, sighing, Disciple, the opportunity has not come. I don't care about the opportunity. I only know that if I do not make a move now, I will have missed the opportunity. Hong Ting's attitude was very firm. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, Xue Tu Dao's life is not time. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile, there will also be unexpected twists and turns, resulting in a tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised a finger, his eyes fixed on Duke Long, his gaze burning as if his eyes were burning with fire. Duke Long was silent for a moment. Then go, young man, try it. Thank you for your permission, Master. Hong Ting was overjoyed. Master only hopes that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. How could I be disappointed? Master, please wait for a moment. Disciple will return in 30 minutes with Xue Tu Dao's head. Hong Ting turned and left. But after the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, 2 incense sticks to burn, 3 incense sticks to burn, Hong Ting was still nowhere to be seen. Everything was in Duke Long's eyes. He knew the time was ripe. He left the cave, crossed a sea of trees, and flew to Hong Ting's side. Hong Ting knelt on the ground, his face filled with anger and regret. He stared blankly at the foot of the mountain. There used to be a small village there. The villagers lived peacefully and peacefully. His eyes were red, filled with veins of blood. When he saw Duke Long, he raised his head. There were clear traces of tears on his face. Master, I had never expected that there would be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tu Dao wanted to inherit this inheritance, so he secretly came here. I broke his plan. So he used the power of the inheritance to stop me. I fought with all my strength, but the aftermath of the battle caused the mountain to collapse and actually buried the small village. Master, it was me. I caused the deaths of these villagers at the foot of the mountain. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Disciple, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tu Dao? The time has come." "Is that so? Where is he?" Hong Ting's body shook as he asked. "On that mountain." Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately rushed over and easily killed Xue Tu Dao. "I can't accept this. I have clearly inherited the true inheritance, but I have not digested the results yet. Just now, I narrowly escaped death. I was weak and powerless, but you saw me. If I had more time, I would not be afraid of me. I could still become a Gu immortal." These were Xue Tu Dao's last words. Hong Ting stood in front of Xue Tu Dao's corpse in silence. Duke Long's figure appeared behind Hong Ting again. He was silent. After a while, Hong Ting retracted his dazed gaze from Xue Tu Dao's body and asked in a hoarse voice, "Master, you said that if I listened to your arrangements, I could easily kill him. That village's people would not be implicated, right?" Duke Long did not speak. He only stretched out his hand and lightly patted Hong Ting's shoulder. Chapter 1690. Fate. Duke Long sighed. His expression was solemn and complicated. He walked a few steps and sat on a rock, then patted the spot next to him, indicating for Hong Ting to sit down. Hong Ting copied Duke Long and sat down cross-legged. "Look." Duke Long pointed at the foot of the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting immediately looked over and saw a small group of ants next to the rock. They were in a line, carrying food and returning it to their nest. "This is fate." Duke Long continued. "Ah, look again." Duke Long pointed at the sky again. Hong Ting looked up at the sky and saw white clouds of all shapes and sizes floating in the sky. "This is also fate." Duke Long continued. Hong Ting's heart moved as if he understood something. "Master, you mean?" He could not continue. He understood something in his heart, but he could not express it in words. Ants move food, bees gather honey, the wind blows, the clouds float. All living things have their own paths. From our perspective, they may not have any rules, but they actually all move according to the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Look at the sun and moon. Every day, the sun rises and the moon sets, the moon rises and the sun sets. Look at a person's life and death, no matter what kind of person. Even if they are an immortal Venerable or a demon Venerable, they all have to die, from life to death. All of this is fate. Every person, every life, even every rock, every drop of water, every ball of fire. Since they exist in this world, they must have their own meaning and value. Good and evil are the same. Without good, where would evil come from? Without evil, what need is there for good? You were in a hurry to get rid of Xue Tu Dao because you did not see his value. Since the great Tao of heaven and earth wanted him to exist, there must be a reason for him to live. This is fate. Fate has already arranged everything in the world. It is just that we can only feel the way of this arrangement. We cannot see it clearly. It is normal to not see clearly. The rules of the great Tao of the universe, even immortals cannot fully understand them in their entire lives. We are too weak, and the world is too vast. We should revere the heavens and the earth and follow the arrangements of fate. Only then can we follow the will of the heavens and benefit the world. The reason why your parents got together was fate's arrangement. The greatest meaning was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal sovereign in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You have to accept it and climb to the peak step by step. In the end, you will become the leader of the celestial court and dedicate your life to the righteous path of the world. As for me, the greatest meaning of my life is to guide you onto the correct path. I am your Tao protector. You have to believe in fate and acknowledge it. Everything it does has its own reasons. If we forcefully interfere and change it, we will inevitably get tragedy and regret. Just like how you wanted to take Xue Tu Dao's life in advance. Did you kill him in the end? Duke Long shook his head. No. Although your strength far exceeds his, you will encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. So in the end, not only did you fail to eliminate him, you even implicated the innocent. Now think about it. If you listened to fate's arrangement and killed Xue Tu Dao when he was at his weakest, would you still encounter these accidents? Now, let me tell you, the meaning of Xue Tu Dao's existence is to open this Gu immortal inheritance, to be a pioneer and bring this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was stupefied. He was motionless like a statue. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes as he choked with sobs. Master, I was wrong. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Actually, your wrong choice earlier was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said, Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You think you are going to break fate, but your thoughts are actually fate's arrangements. You don't need to feel guilty. You should understand fate's intentions. Do you think your wrong choice is worthless? Wrong. Every mistake has a measurable value to a youngster's growth. If you can learn from this mistake and recognize the existence of fate, accepting and acknowledging it, then this mistake will have value. The destruction of that mountain village has the meaning of destruction. Saying so, Duke Long gazed deeply at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good and obedient child, but I have a worry. You are too emotional. Now that you have rank 5 cultivation, when I ask you to consider which path to immortal ascension, I'm afraid you will choose wisdom path, right? Master, you have great insight. Disciple indeed thinks so. Disciple feels that wisdom path is very suitable for me. Hong Ting said honestly. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path pays attention to thoughts, will, and emotions. You are too emotional. Studying emotions will do you more harm than good. Listen to me. Choose time path. When you look at the past and present, all sorts of ups and downs, glory and disgrace, you will understand that all emotions and romantic relationships will be washed away by time. I have obtained a revelation from Fate Gu. Time path is the most suitable path for you. Hong Ting opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally nodded. Disciple will listen to Master's teachings. I will choose time path. Duke Long nodded in relief. That's good. Master is your Tao protector, guiding you onto the correct path. This is the meaning of Master's existence. Time continued to flow. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection, he successfully passed the immortal ascension tribulation and became a time path Gu immortal. Exalted immortal Hong Ting, that demon has threatened to slaughter the entire city unless I marry my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a high and mighty Gu immortal. We are just mortals. We have no other choice. Please consider my relationship with your father and exterminate the demon. An old city lord came and knelt on the ground, begging Hong Ting to help. Hong Ting recognized that this city lord's city was very close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings. They indeed had a deep relationship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter. They had played together in their childhood. Old man, quickly get up. I will definitely help you. But, Hong Ting paused, the time is not right yet. The old city lord was overjoyed. Since Upper Immortal has agreed, I can rest assured. I believe Upper Immortal will not go back on your words. Hong Ting had been waiting for a good opportunity. He finally reached the moment when that demon Gu immortal should die. He decisively took action and easily eradicated the demon. However, the old city lord knelt on the ground. Looking at the ruins and corpses in the city, he cried in sorrow, "This wretched demon, you are finally dead. Sob, 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 my obedient daughter, my citizens, you can rest in peace. Your revenge has been avenged." Disciple greets Master. I wonder what matter does Master summon disciple for? Hong Ting arrived in front of Duke Long. Disciple, Master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood at this moment. The river has changed its course. I want you to go and save people. Remember, you cannot act in advance. You can only act after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed. Yes, Master. Hong Ting came to the bank of Floating Flower River and looked at the spreading river water. Countless living beings were destitute and destitute. Drowned corpses were floating on the surface of the river. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he found that he did not need to do anything. The river water had already retreated by itself. Many places had already exposed muddy ground. The aura of a wild immortal Gu rose up. It was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal Gu. Good Gu. It is actually a rank 7-time path Gu. It is suitable for me. Howl. Two ancient, desolate beasts were attracted by the aura of the wild immortal Gu. Hong Ting's expression was solemn. He hid himself and waited for these two ancient, desolate beasts to kill each other, one dead and one injured, before he made his move and captured these two ancient, desolate beasts. Amazing, amazing! Looking at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting came to a realization. So this is the ingenious arrangement of fate. After the intense battle between these two ancient, desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times. At the same time, the river has been soaked in the blood of the ancient, desolate beasts, becoming thick and solid. From now on, Floating Flower River's flood will not happen again. Also, the land beside Floating Flower River has been soaked in the river water and the blood essence of countless living beings' corpses. It will become extremely fertile. The mortals who will migrate here in the future will truly be blessed. Bull-headed demon brute, quickly release my parents. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Hong Ting stared at bull-headed demon immortal. His eyes were almost spewing fire. Bull-headed demon immortal grabbed Hong Ting's parents with each hand, laughing loudly. Lad, who asked you to be so arrogant? You want to get rid of me? When I became a Gu immortal, who knows where you were suckling milk? Are you afraid now? Hong Ting was afraid of harming the innocent. He shouted in anger. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu quickly shouted, Don't come over. Don't be rash. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu laughed sinisterly. All right. As long as you return my lifespan Gu to me, I will return your parents. Otherwise, I don't have many days left to live. I will take your parents along with me. Hong Ting was stunned on the spot. According to fate's arrangement, those two wild lifespan Gu should belong to bull-headed demon immortal Gu. But Hong Ting thought of his parents' old age and near the end of their lifespan, so he hid it from Duke Long and took these two lifespan Gu. He had not expected bull-headed demon immortal Gu to find him and bring disaster to his parents. At once, Hong Ting's face was deathly pale, his forehead full of cold sweat. I have already used your two lifespan Gu. I know. You gave them to your parents. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu was not surprised. But you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will enter the celestial court. I don't believe that celestial court does not have lifespan Gu. Bring me 300 years, no, 3,000 years of lifespan Gu, and I will let your parents go. Hong Ting immediately fell into a dilemma. Finally, after some twists and turns, he finally chased bull-headed demon immortal Gu away. But his parents were heavily injured. Even with immortal methods, they could not be healed. Father, mother, I have harmed you. If not for me finding lifespan Gu for my parents, they would still have a few more years to live according to their age. Hong Ting wept, kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely helpless. Hong Zhu, however, smiled. My son, life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by heaven. Humans have to die eventually. There is longevity in this world. But who can live forever? No one. We are fated to die. There is no need to grieve for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. For us to have a son like you, a future immortal venerable, this is such a great honor. Our names will definitely go down in history because of you. Madame Hong followed. My son, listen to your master, be a good person and be righteous. The two elders held each other's hands and stopped breathing. Father, mother. Hong Ting raised his head and cried, his voice hoarse. Time accumulated brilliance in Hong Ting's eyes. The vicissitudes of life and maturity made him even more charismatic as a man. Green mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sunset, he and Lu Shuxian met for the first time. Their eyes met. Both of them felt their hearts palpitate. An indescribable atmosphere quickly spread around the two. Love at first sight. Lu Shuxian had a strange expression. She asked, Who are you? Hong Ting was not surprised. He smiled and replied, I am your destined husband. My name is Hong Ting. Lu Shuxian was shocked. You are the future immortal Venerable? Don't be surprised. Our meeting here is fate. Love. Hong Ting felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He and Lu Shuxian were together. They were in love with each other. It was as if they were born for each other. Like a lock and a key, they were a match made in heaven. They traveled all over the world. They chatted and drank under the moon. They had a tacit understanding. They could express their innermost feelings with just a glance. They even transmitted their thoughts to each other. They were a true immortal couple. They had lived together for hundreds and thousands of years. They supported each other on the path of cultivation. They did not quarrel or get angry once. Lu Shuxian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8, to the peak of rank 8, and finally to the realm of rank 9 sovereign. The calamities and tribulations were unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured because of this. Several celestial court Gu immortals died. Hong Ting hugged Lu Shuxian's cold body as tears flowed down his face. He hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, saying, Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I beg you. I beg you to live. It is useless. I was struck by the calamity and tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? Lu Shuxian smiled. I am useless. I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his face. No, Hong Ting. That kind of calamity and tribulation, only someone with my special physique can block it. Even if you give up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the calamities and tribulations for you, to help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have done it. No, no. Xian, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly. His face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies. They all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this. You need to live on. Your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court, to shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side, accompanying you to be invincible in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated. She died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered. His back was bent like a bow. Like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was like a statue, not moving at all. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi continued to gather, refining a rank 8 immortal Gu according to his current mental state. This Gu was shaped like a centipede. Its body was pale like paper. A centipede had 100 legs, but its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent. They floated in the air, scratching people's hearts and inciting the deepest regret in their hearts. Rank 8 Regret Gu. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out some blood. He got up with difficulty and went to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shuxian died a worthy death. So put away your sorrow, my disciple. This is all fate's arrangement. You are already an immortal venerable now. Rank 9 venerables are rare even in the long river of history. You still have a long life ahead of you. Your mission has just begun. I will abdicate. The celestial court and the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting. Hong Ting? Duke Long called out softly. Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long. His gaze was still fixed on Lu Shuxian's cold face. He said softly, I regret it. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1691. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear it clearly. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows furrowed tightly. He stared at this disciple he was the proudest of in his life with a strict gaze. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak nonsense. Do you know in your heart how many people contributed and sacrificed themselves to nurture you and support you to your current cultivation level? If you say such words, how can you face those people who supported you since you were young? How can you face your parents? How can you face the recently deceased Lu Shuxian? How can you face the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and perished? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Shu Xian's death is a great sorrow. We can completely understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He was just emotional for a moment. The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried to persuade him. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Hong Ting laughed in disdain. He looked at Duke Long with bloodshot eyes. If I have to sacrifice like this, and there might be even more sacrifices in the future to exchange for the position of an immortal venerable, I would rather not have this immortal venerable position. Enough. Duke Long flew into a rage. Even if you speak nonsense, you have to stop. Hong Ting, do you think your immortal venerable position is something that you can get and give up whenever you want? This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission you were born with. You have to carry it out. Hong Ting raised his head and laughed loudly. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. He then looked down at Duke Long. A grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world. You can't even do as you please. You can't even give up this immortal venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable. You think leading the righteous path means there are no sacrifices? Which thing in this world does not require you to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Upholding the righteousness of the celestial court required the most effort and sacrifice. If you don't even have the spirit to sacrifice yourself, then let me tell you, you don't even have the right to join the celestial court. Hong Ting's body trembled. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, calm down. You are still recuperating. It is not time to quarrel. The other Gu Immortals quickly persuaded. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were tightly clenched. He said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long raised his eyebrows, his expression as cold as ice. Who do you want to resurrect? Everyone who sacrificed their lives for my position as the immortal sovereign. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Impudent. Duke Long suddenly roared and pointed at Hong Ting. How could you have such a rebellious thought? You clearly know, and I have warned you more than once, that life and death are predestined. The life and death of a person is the law of the great Tao, and the life and death of any life is the ingenious arrangement of fate. You want to resurrect the dead? Do you want the whole universe to fall into chaos? Have you not learned your lesson? The more you act recklessly, the more disastrous tragedies will happen to you. Even if it is a disastrous tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangement? If there is no fate, will this world really fall into chaos? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. Duke Long was shaking with anger, this time. Even the persuading celestial court Gu Immortals slowly retreated, looking at Hong Ting with a strange gaze. Lord Immortal Venerable, your idea is too dangerous. That's right. If there is no fate, there will be no prosperity for our human race. Fate Gu is Celestial Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? You. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu Immortals. At this moment, he felt an indescribable deep loneliness. Time passed. An unknown amount of time had passed. In the river of time, a lonely figure appeared. His hair was disheveled. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He was like a wanderer who wandered the world without a home. His face still had the shadow of the past Hong Ting, but his expression had completely changed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the unceasing river of time, sighing faintly. It is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. When his feet were about to touch the surface of the river of time, he slowly stopped. This first stone lotus island, and also the most important stone lotus island, will use regret goo as the core. It will be left to the otherworldly demon, the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate in the future. Thereupon, a stone lotus island gradually formed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 regret goo here. He also left behind a large number of time path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of true meaning that contained his truest memories, and a powerful immortal killer move. After completing it, Red Lotus Demon Venerable dragged his extremely tired body and flew away. Time passed quickly. A long time passed. An outsider entered this stone lotus island. He wore coarse hemp clothes, his body was thin, he was bald and had an ordinary face. He was barefooted, there was some mud on his legs and soles. He looked like a farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. But his face was very young. His eyes were shining brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into the illusory appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He smiled at the muddle-footed youngster. An esteemed guest has finally arrived. I am Paradise Earth. After much effort, I finally found this place. This person was Paradise Earth, who had become an immortal Venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning asked directly, "What is the purpose of immortal Venerable's visit?" Paradise Earth smiled. "Senior Red Lotus, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. "You are right. Fate is only damaged and not completely destroyed. Everything can still be traced. We can observe it from the river of time." After pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued. "I can lend you regret goo. As for you wanting to snatch my inheritor, that will depend on your own ability." A solemn expression emerged on Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's face. Even though he is an otherworldly demon, he is not a heartless person. Put down the butcher's knife and repent. Who does not want redemption? I am willing to try. Red Lotus True Meaning laughed loudly. All right. When my main body created this island, I was still a little worried. After all, with the existence of the Celestial Court, I was not completely confident. But now that you have made a move, everything is settled. This is regret goo. Take it. Regret goo slowly flew out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched out his hands that were covered in light, carefully receiving it. As expected of regret goo, it can spread and draw out endless feelings of regret. Only those who do not have any regret in their hearts can be immune to this greatest flaw. Other than that, any goo immortal who gets close to it will feel unparalleled pain of regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. It seems that you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed lightly. Who doesn't have any regrets in their life? After keeping regret goo in his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning. I will take my leave. I will definitely bring him here. Feng Yuan opened his eyes. The dazed expression in his eyes slowly dissipated. He had read through the memories left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He understood the cause and effect of everything. To think that I actually arrived at Red Lotus Island. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements of these two rank 9 great experts are still effective. Feng Yuan sighed as he looked at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as the rank 8 regret goo that was floating in front of him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled. Oh Feng Yuan, you have finally arrived. There is no need for me to explain. I believe that you will do your best to destroy Fate Goo. So, accept my true inheritance. It has already been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Feng Yuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab regret goo. Red Lotus True Meaning quickly said, Be careful. Regret goo cannot be touched directly, otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless feelings of regret. I have already prepared a method for you. You only need to. There is no need. Feng Yuan had an indifferent expression as he grabbed regret goo and refined it. Red Lotus True Meaning was shocked. You? Chapter 1692. The Great River Surged. coming from where it came and going. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time in front of him with a tranquil expression and eerie eyes. The river of time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth, because it ran through the whole world. Without its existence and operation, the whole Gu master world would turn into a still image, without any changes or vitality. Fang Yuan seized Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. These two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not take away the whole river of time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was shared by all living beings in the world. Every beast, every blade of grass, every piece of rock, every drop of water vapor enjoyed the benefits of the river of time. Even Gu immortals would at most have a tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. The river of time was the shared wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was pale white and transparent. Trillions of water droplets collided, intertwined, and rotated, bursting out with the most dazzling light and overflowing colors. Thus, the whole river of time was always shrouded in a layer of fragmented and constantly changing seven-colored halos. This was the place with the densest time path marks in the whole world. It was the greatest hotbed of time path. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the island and only looked for a while before seeing several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of wild time path Gu worms. The river of time was full of vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. During this period, he had already completely devoured and digested Red Lotus' true meaning. His time path attainment soared to an unimaginably supreme height. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. With this attainment level, when Fang Yuan looked at the river of time again, he had many new thoughts and feelings. These feelings were not superficial, but the deeper he delved into the essence of the river of time, the more Fang Yuan looked at it, the more fascinated he became. The extreme profundity of the great Tao was in front of him, silently lifting a corner of its mysterious veil, allowing him to understand this world and the principles behind its operation. Although he had also had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment before, his feelings at that time were far from as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was now facing the river of time, a pocket dimension of heaven and earth. Quasi-supreme time path realm gave Fang Yuan an all-round improvement. For example, the mystical immortal killer move time cutting edge. Fang Yuan had the ability to understand its essence and change the Gu worms within to restore the killer move's power. Or like Xia Cha's time path immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, Fang Yuan could modify them and make them more suitable for himself. The greatest improvement was in the time path immortal Gu recipes. Time path and refinement path were both quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan could modify any time path immortal Gu recipe in the world. His confidence in refining time path immortal Gu rose sharply. Without a doubt, the Red Lotus true meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was rank 8 immortal Gu, regret. Not to mention the legendary nature of this Gu worm. Just the fact that it was a rank 8 Gu worm was already very valuable. After obtaining this Gu worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 Gu worms in his possession. They were Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu, Years Flow Like Water Gu, Soul Beast Token, and Regret Gu. With Regret Gu, Fang Yuan did not have to face any obstacles in constructing Regret Pool. Of course, there were still difficulties, but the greatest difficulty was gone because he had Regret Gu. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation. Thus, he had prepared a large number of time path immortal materials. With Regret Gu and time path immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to spend some time to construct Regret Pool. In fact, he could build an immortal Gu house that was superior to Regret Pool. This way, Fang Yuan could refine Gu on a large scale. On one hand, he could refine more time path immortal Gu. On the other hand, he could raise the ranks of the immortal Gu around him. The time path immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were all of extremely high ranks. The lowest was rank 7, and there were a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. If the Celestial Court saw this, they might vomit a mouthful of blood. They had tried all sorts of methods to obstruct Fang Yuan and prevent Fang Yuan from purchasing time path immortal materials. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price. This had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Feng Yuan. But now, all of their efforts were in vain. Other than Red Lotus True Meaning, Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, and a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, there were also Immortal Killer moves. Among them, the greatest gains were the Immortal Killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. What Feng Yuan cared about the most was Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move had several supplementary Immortal Gu. It allowed Spring Autumn Cicada to have a 100% success rate when activated. Using Spring Autumn Cicada alone had a high chance of failure, and it also had the disadvantage of decreasing one's luck. But Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move, although it did not change the disadvantage, it suppressed the failure rate to 0. This way, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality was greatly increased. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind to prepare this killer move. Almost all of the Immortal Killer moves were only information. Feng Yuan had to prepare them himself. But there was a Time Path Killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had specially used for Feng Yuan. Thus, after over 1,000,000 years, it had once been at rank 9 level, and although its power had greatly decreased, it was still effective. This Time Path Killer move was called Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island to temporarily borrow a Gu Immortal's future state. For example, a Gu Master who was only rank 5 could have rank 6 cultivation level after passing their tribulation in the future. Under the effect of Future Self, he could borrow his future Gu Immortal body to temporarily raise his Gu Immortal cultivation level. This move was so profound and terrifying that even Feng Yuan was tongue-tied. But unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level. It was useless against Feng Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deductions, when Feng Yuan found this stone island, his cultivation level would be rank 7. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable would make mistakes sometimes. Especially when Fate Gu was injured and Luck Path appeared out of nowhere. Everything in the world was becoming more and more difficult to predict. My cultivation level is already rank 8. I can only leave this Future Self-Killer move for his subordinates. This can make up for their lack of strength. They will be qualified to fight. It is a pity that I lost many people earlier. This was the entire content of Red Lotus True Inheritance. As expected of the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it was extremely rich. But Feng Yuan was still somewhat disappointed. What he was looking forward to the most was some method or shortcut that could allow him to destroy Fate Gu. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave it behind. Even in the memories that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it only described his regretful life experience after becoming an immortal venerable. There were no records of how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, or how he attacked the Celestial Court and harmed Fate Gu. After becoming a venerable, the memories jumped to the Red Lotus Stone Island that Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up. What was the deep meaning behind this arrangement? Before Feng Yuan devoured Red Lotus True Meaning, he had asked about this. Red Lotus True Meaning's answer was that there was no shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable used some shortcut back then, it was definitely gone now. Don't look down on the Celestial Court. If any shortcut existed, be careful. This should be a trap set up by the Celestial Court. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus True Meaning did not have an answer. He only speculated, I don't want to give you any guidance, Feng Yuan, because this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether you want to destroy Fate Gu or not is your own choice. Feng Yuan asked again, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus True Meaning did not know. But this answer was within Feng Yuan's expectations. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark each other's location, they would have been destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or the Celestial Court long ago. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially set up each Red Lotus Stone Island separately so that they could not sense each other. Fate Gu must be destroyed. The Celestial Court without Fate Gu was a completely different concept. If Fate Gu was really repaired by the Celestial Court, although Feng Yuan would not be bound by fate, everyone in the world would be affected, or even controlled. At that time, Feng Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything other than himself. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, But the nature was absolutely serious. There was another more crucial point. Fate Gu's existence was the biggest obstacle to Feng Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. This point was clear. Fate Gu did not allow resurrection. It stipulated that the living must die. Thus, no matter what, Feng Yuan had to destroy Fate Gu. Chapter 1693. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini central continent. Dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Feng Yuan's time path clone was in the sky. His gaze was solemn and his expression solemn. He was monitoring the entire Gu refinement process to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, there was originally a vast plain, but now it was filled with deep pits. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, creating hemispherical pits. The soil in the pits was baked like porcelain, smoke rising in spirals. It is about time. My main body should make a move. The time path clone had just thought of this when countless bolts of lightning gathered into a huge wave. Boom! The blue lightning that was like a heavenly pillar fiercely crashed into a white boulder at the center of the plain. At once, the white boulder was blasted into pieces by the lightning. Countless broken rocks flew in all directions. The lightning was extremely fast, suddenly converging and attacking, but suddenly vanishing without a trace. The white rock that was as big as a hill was also blown up, but there was a small goo worm floating in the air. The goo worm was shaped like a butterfly. It was colorful. It was man as before immortal goo. After 6 failures, I finally succeeded. Not bad. Not bad. Feng Yuan's time path clone saw this and was overjoyed. Man as before immortal goo originated from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Its origin could also be traced back to Zishan Makoto. Man as before immortal goo was rank 6. It had obvious effects in healing rank 6 goo immortals, but it was barely effective in healing rank 7 goo immortals. It often failed to activate. When healing rank 8 goo, the effect was even worse. Feng Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different Dao marks did not repel each other. But with his current rank 8 cultivation, rank 6 man as before was clearly too low. But now, man as before immortal goo was successfully refined. It rose from rank 6 to rank 7. Feng Yuan's time path clone observed carefully. He soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and rank 6 immortal goo. Although they both looked like butterflies, rank 7 man as before was more dazzling. Moreover, the butterfly's body had undergone a huge transformation. It looked like a naked, white, and tender human. Although rank 8 man as before immortal goo was more suitable for Feng Yuan, raising it to rank 7, Feng Yuan was satisfied for now. To refine a rank 8 immortal goo would expend a vast amount of cultivation resources. Feng Yuan currently did not have the ability to afford it. Back then, in order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo, old ancestor Shui who had almost used up all his foundation, causing snowy mountain-blessed land to be filled with complaints. Old ancestor Shui who had cultivated for much longer than Feng Yuan in this life. Unless Feng Yuan sold everything he had, like Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Goo, he would be able to exchange for a vast amount of resources. But the losses outweighed the gains. Man as before immortal goo might be of top quality, but it was not a crucial goo worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. He intended to raise most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because there were too many, the difficulty of refining goo was high, and the failure rate was high. Feng Yuan's current resources were still not enough. Feng Yuan obtained batches of cultivation resources from 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Qi Clan Grotto Heaven, Blue Whale Grotto Heaven, and Red Lotus Stone Island. But goo refinement was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it would never be too much. This was all thanks to Feng Yuan obtaining regret goo and setting up the refinement path immortal formation. He could undo the small process of the goo refinement and start over. When Feng Yuan's time path clone stored the rank 7 man as before immortal goo, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The refinement path formation slowly activated. This formation combined with the killer move self-cleansing, cleansing the remaining Dao marks in the field. Next is landscape as before goo. The time path clone thought to himself. The goo refinement was in full swing. Man as before and landscape as before were the first two time path immortal gu, but there were still many more. For example, day gu, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, vajra thought, star eyes, star thought. Unravel mystery immortal gu was also an important point. After it was refined, the killer move Unravel Dream's power would rise greatly. It was very beneficial to Feng Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path immortal gu would also be of great help to Feng Yuan after being refined. In terms of luck path, Feng Yuan lacked offensive methods, but its supplementary effect could not be ignored. Before this, Feng Yuan had used his advantage in luck path to escape from the pursuit of many time path immortal gu houses of celestial court, escaping with his life. Advanced refinement immortal gu was mostly controlled by Feng Yuan's main body. The time path clone's cultivation level was too low. He was not qualified. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Feng Yuan was still on Red Lotus Stone Island. Other than him refining gu continuously, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were also moving around on the island. They sparred with each other, trying their best to adapt to Future Self. Under the effect of Future Self, their battle strength rose to rank 7 upper stage, or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move's effect. With the increase in strength of his subordinates, a lot of the awkwardness from before was gone. In the next battle with Feng Yuan, these people would at least be qualified to participate. Regrettably, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were already dead. Even though Feng Yuan still had some slave gu immortals who were inferior to Qi Clan's gu immortals, they were not as reliable as the former. The slave restrictions on them would likely disappear due to the strength of Future Self. Thus, Feng Yuan did not intend to promote these people, even though Future Self still had a few slots left. Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu became Feng Yuan's main task. It took up almost all of his time. Occasionally, he would use fixed immortal travel to teleport to 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven to continue refining heaven form. Feng Yuan had already inherited the true inheritance. He was the ruler of this Red Lotus Stone Island. Thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island was protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's power. It was immune to methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same as the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan had already tried, but fixed immortal travel could not return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 and could expand its range of investigation, Feng Yuan did not search the other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his strength had not risen by much. He still needed time to digest it. Secondly, Celestial Court was also searching in the River of Time. If they encountered this force, Feng Yuan would have to avoid them. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had been accumulating rank 8 Immortal Essence. Advancing Immortal Gu also consumed a lot of Immortal Essence. Time passed quickly. Several months went by. Southern border. Boom. The earth shook. Rocks flew everywhere. An earth trench appeared. The aura of wild Immortal Gu spread everywhere. This wild Immortal Gu has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 Gu Immortals looked down with smiles. Alright, let's fight according to the method we discussed earlier. The earth veins are moving more intensely. Wild Immortal Gu will appear from time to time. Let's end this quickly. The 3 Gu Immortals fought fairly. The atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Alliance was growing. Earlier, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but could not deal with Feng Yuan. Instead, he was schemed against by Feng Yuan in the name of undergoing tribulation in 5 regional mountain range. But the Southern Alliance did not have no gains. For example, Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin saved many Southern Border rank 7 Gu Immortals from Feng Yuan, he represented Paradise Earth's force and joined the Southern Alliance. Perhaps because of their relationship with Feng Yuan, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals of the Southern Alliance had a common enemy. They were much more restrained. They had one worry in their hearts. Southern Border's earth veins were moving, cultivation resources were appearing one after another. It was hard to guarantee that Feng Yuan would not suddenly appear to fight for them. Thus, the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals did not fight to the death. They were instead amiable. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had just heard the report. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing clear joy. Dragon Palace was found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had been looking out for it. Now, the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace has finally been found by our celestial court. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal Goo House. Even the celestial court attached great importance to it. This immortal Goo House has a deep connection with Lord Duke Long. We should tell him this news first. Duke Long received this news and immediately set off. Before leaving, he brought Feng Kim Hong to the celestial court and handed him over to Fairy Myrtle. Several days later, Duke Long returned in low spirits. Fairy Myrtle was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. What methods could stop him now? Dragon Palace is actually protected by a layer of dream realms. I cannot enter. Duke Long sighed. Hearing this, Fairy Myrtle came to a realization. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, don't worry. Our formation has already been set up. We can use the power of the entire Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. Not long later, we will obtain Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results. Duke Long heard this news and laughed heartily, saying good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results were naturally pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. With this method, the Celestial Court could condense the dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This way, the dream realms around Dragon Palace would be easily solved. Has that demon Fong Yuan made any movements recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Right now, all 5 regions have earth veins moving. Southern border is the most active. There is a vast amount of cultivation resources being produced. I actually hope that he will appear and plunder these resources, giving us a chance to take advantage of him. But unfortunately, he has vanished without a trace. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze all the information but have not found any traces of him. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. But even though this demon has reached rank 8, he will have to face even stronger tribulations. This will definitely be a headache for him. Even though he has the sovereign immortal body to annex apertures, he still needs rank 8 Grotto Heavens to pass the grand tribulations. There is still the even more terrifying Myriad Tribulation. Once Myriad Tribulation was mentioned, Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Even though Fong Yuan is rank 8, how can there be so many rank 8 Grotto Heavens for him to annex? His cultivation level will not change much in the near future. Right now, Fong Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. He cannot resist our arrangements in the River of Time. He basically has no fate with Red Lotus True Inheritance. Even though he escaped last time, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. The efficiency of relying on immortal Yuan stones is too low. He can only rely on his immortal apertures production. But immortal aperture production takes time. If he accelerates the flow of time, the calamities and tribulations will arrive faster. Once he lacks an immortal aperture to annex, he will not be able to avoid the calamities and tribulations. He will have to undergo tribulation directly. Once he truly undergoes tribulation, it will be time for my celestial court to take his life. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were shining brightly as she said this. Chapter 1694. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent. Fong Yuan's time path clone slowly flew in the air, planting the final flower bud in his hand. The terrain here had already been modified by him, forming a shallow beach with large amounts of high-quality silt. It was very fertile. There was also clear river water that was knee-high in the silt. The time path clone clapped his hands, inspecting the flower bud one last time before flying to the sky leisurely. Looking down from a different height, the entire man-made swamp was within his field of vision. This swamp was extremely vast. Fong Yuan's time path clone could not see the entire swamp clearly. He could not see the entire swamp in his vision. Every few li, there would be a flower bud as large as a house. These flower buds were not simple. They were the flower buds of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower. A small portion of the extreme marsh flowers were obtained by Fong Yuan from the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture. while the rest were purchased from jewel-yellow skies. Next, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Gu. Summer Gu originated from Southern Border's Rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha. She was Rank 8 herself. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone only had Rank 6 cultivation level. He could not use Summer Gu alone. However, Fang Yuan's main body had White Lychee immortal essence. He lent Summer Gu to the Time Path clone. By lending it to himself, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone could use almost all of his main body's immortal Gu. After Summer Gu was activated, other supplementary Gu worms followed. After a while, an immortal killer move was activated. Xiacha had developed a set of Time Path killer moves that were specially used to manage the immortal aperture. They were Spring Planting, Summer Plowing, Autumn Harvest, and Winter Storage. The killer move that Fang Yuan's Time Path clone activated was not one of them. It was modified from Summer Plowing. It was specially used to nurture extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed in midsummer and bore fruit in autumn. Fang Yuan's Time Path attainment level was already at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Together with the Light of Wisdom, it was very simple to deduce and modify Time Path killer moves. It was not strenuous at all. As the killer move continued to be activated, the surrounding 10,000 Li entered midsummer. The light became brighter, the temperature of the air rose sharply, and at the same time, it became drier. The height of summer had arrived, and the extreme marsh flowers, which had an exuberant vitality, sensed all of this. They began to absorb the nutrients from the water and soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye before slowly blooming. Each of the extreme marsh flowers was extremely large, and their petals were connected as one. They were shaped like trumpets, and they were mostly white, with a few having a hint of pink. The river, which was originally as deep as a person's calf, had already reached the bottom. The muddy soil had also become dry, and the fertility of the fertile soil had been greatly depleted. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had a calm expression. Everything was within his expectations. The cultivation method of the extreme marsh flower was recorded in detail in both the true teachings of Red Lotus and the Shadow Sect. These changes were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. Very quickly, wisps of white mist gradually emanated from the heart of the extreme marsh flower. The mist gradually spread and gradually merged into one. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone stopped his killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nourished the soil, gradually transforming this man-made swamp. Let's name this swamp flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is complete. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone looked at it with a pleased expression. With this scale of extreme marsh flower mist, it is not a problem to feed Regret Gu. Rank 8 Regret Gu had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marsh flower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marsh flower mist and increase the quantity. When Regret Gu is hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist in the immortal aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of rank 8 immortal Gu was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, the immortal aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot. The production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee immortal essence have also fallen. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow. He did not rely on time path immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no immortal essence expenditure, and at the same time, some of the drawbacks of time path killer moves were eliminated. Fang Yuan could adjust the immortal aperture's time at any time. It was very flexible. Even though immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time. Otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Fang Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Feng Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his immortal aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the celestial court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, strengthening my immortal aperture's foundation and strengthening my immortal aperture origin core to produce more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Feng Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his immortal aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like immortal yuan stones. Now, his main goal was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Simply using immortal yuan stones to condense white lychee immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 immortal yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee immortal essence, and Feng Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his immortal aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Feng Yuan cultivated. Summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Feng Yuan, the entire 5 regions' Gu immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing. They first appeared in southern border, but now, this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble, dust rose, Hongyi was exhausted. He sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him. His face was pale. He gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other Gu masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route. There were quite a few times where Hongyi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in, but at the crucial moment, he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff. He did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous. I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hongyi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench. He only saw darkness. The wind was blowing in the earth trench. The dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hongyi also felt the changes in the world. What is that? From the dust, a wild immortal Gu flew out. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty. It swayed and fell beside Hongyi's feet after expending its strength. Hongyi was dumbfounded. Celestial court. Fairy Myrtle shouted. Her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire celestial court started to shake. An incomparably huge, formless force poured into the huge, immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled. It started to grind at Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it. His deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful! I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Haha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days. On one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over central continent. On the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort. She activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Gu immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down. They were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal Gu, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Feng Yuan, The rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Fang Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly. The problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1695. Immemorial White Heaven. With a melodious cry, an elegant white crane that was as white as snow flew around Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's will, this white crane danced along with him. It could be said that he could control it freely. This rank 9 immortal killer move is finally mine to use. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He said softly, "Go." The white crane's wide wings immediately flapped, bringing its entire body forward with extreme agility. Before it could fly far, the white crane circled around a certain spot in the sky, flying in circles, occasionally letting out a crane cry. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Information was transmitted from the white crane, showing the scene inside Five Xiang's grotto heaven. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was not used for offense or defense, but for investigation. Its target was all the existences in immemorial white heaven. Its investigation range was extremely wide, far beyond the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. Thus, it was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan to plunder all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, its investigation ability was also very strong. How strong was it? It could actually find hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven that was placed in immemorial white heaven would be detected by heaven form even if the immortal aperture's entrance was not opened. Once it started to fly around, it would start to investigate the immortal aperture's internal information. Of course, the investigation range of grotto heavens was far smaller than that of ordinary targets. There was another advantage. During the investigation process, Fang Yuan did not need to expend a single bead of immortal essence. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was very extraordinary. It was as if the investigation ability was an innate ability of heaven form white crane. But now, if I want to forcefully enter the grotto heaven, I will need to inject immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly instilled white lychee immortal essence that was unique to rank 8 Gu immortals. As immortal essence was instilled, heaven form white crane's body started to emit a gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the gentle white light cover his body. At the same time, a lump of hazy white light appeared in Five Xiang's grotto heaven. Fang Yuan flew forward along the white light. There was no resistance in the whole process. After a few breaths, he officially entered the Five Xiang's cave. Even though Five Xiang's grotto heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, he relied on heaven form alone to infiltrate Five Xiang's grotto heaven. The white lychee immortal essence consumption is quite high, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, and the killer move itself is at rank 9. It is not a shortcoming to expend so much white lychee immortal essence. Although there was some white light, the entire process was silent. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the audition. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to barge into an unfamiliar paradise. Thinking about how Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and thinking about how Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven back then, heaven form's value could be seen. In the long river of history, how many Gu immortals have appeared? Even though it is not easy to reach rank 8, millions of years of accumulation is definitely not small. Especially after Renzu's sun destroyed the other 7 immemorial heavens. Only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven were left. After that, rank 8 Gu immortals and rank 9 Gu immortals would only have these two choices if they wanted to create a grotto heaven in their immemorial aperture. Ignoring rank 9 Gu venerables, when these rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often land in immemorial black and white heavens, turning into a grotto heaven. These grotto heavens would fall and get destroyed due to calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 geniuses would emerge. Thus, there must still be a portion of these grotto heavens in immemorial black and white heavens. These grotto heavens were great nourishment for Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Annexing any one of them would allow him to transcend calamities and tribulations, thus it would resolve a huge problem for Feng Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to find a grotto heaven and have the ability to annex it. At the same time, this grotto heaven had not annexed any immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Grotto heavens that annexed immemorial 9 heavens fragments would not face any calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, the grotto heaven contained providence that could not be cleansed. Feng Yuan could not annex these grotto heavens. Thus, Five Xiang's grotto heaven and Hei Fan grotto heaven were not within his consideration. As for Qi Clan's Qi Si grotto heaven, even though it had not annexed any fragments and had been relying on unlimited Qi Si immortal killer move to resist calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level had become a bottleneck for devouring. He could not get past it immediately. As for the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, Feng Yuan had considered it. Not to mention that he had already used fixed immortal travel and could not find the blue dragon whale. It was already far away from its original location. Just the Dragon Whale grotto heaven itself had Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Even if Feng Yuan had the ability to annex it, he would not dare to act rashly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have other methods hidden in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, waiting for Feng Yuan. Enigu Venerable could not be underestimated. There will definitely be a grotto heaven that suits my needs. Feng Yuan was very confident about this. Not only because he had heaven form, but also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there were many grotto heavens that appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and interfered with this huge era change. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan was 9 Void Grotto Heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals in this grotto heaven cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom, causing calamities and tribulations to be ineffective. Dao Formation Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven specialized in formation path. It had layers of formations that protected the entire grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven had an even greater origin. Its original owner had a good relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he died, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced. They were easily passed. These grotto heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Gu immortals. Each grotto heaven had many Gu immortals. They were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. With just the resources of a grotto heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Gu immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived. The earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Gu immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient, desolate beast. This ancient, desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago, but at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient, desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wu Hua. Let's go. Western Desert's Gu immortals looked at this newly formed earth trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook. An earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Baklan's 2 Gu immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench. It is such a pity. Bada's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed. New famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right. The earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild goo and goo materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these. Bada looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole goo immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wu Hua recently? Lord Bada, how can that Gong Wu Hua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wu Hua will indeed not be a threat. Bada said proudly. The Ba clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. Lord, you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. Chapter 1696. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A large group of blinking birds chirped, flying and circling around a 7-colored cloud, warning the invading enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. The warning of the blinking birds was nothing to him. Although these birds were desolate beasts, their battle strength was very low. They were not a threat even if there was such a large group. Their true strength lay in speed. Blinking birds were the fastest, desolate beasts. Once they unleashed their speed, they could escape from a Gu immortal's vision in the blink of an eye. That was why they were called blinking birds. Fang Yuan's aura was concealed. He was like a mortal. But these blinking birds did not attack at all. Looking at the harmless Fang Yuan, they instinctively felt a kind of pressure on their souls. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking bird's speed burst out, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Originally, there was a dense flock of birds surrounding the rainbow-colored cloud, but now, only this cloud was left floating quietly. Fang Yuan sighed slightly. He had planned to capture these blinking birds alive. But these blinking birds were too sensitive, and Fang Yuan was not good at concealing the aura of killer moves. But they were gone. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they were not easy to raise. Its food was the white heaven flying dust unique to immemorial white heaven. This thing was not easy to collect. Even a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce it. Fang Yuan slowly flew towards the 7-colored cloud. I did not expect to encounter a 7-colored cloud soil. Fang Yuan sighed. This cloud was actually a type of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya condensed a large amount of cloud soil into cloud cover continent, which was always floating in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. The largest production area of cloud soil was the immemorial 9 heavens. Of course, there were also very few resource points in the 5 regions that produced it. Single-colored cloud soil was the most common Gu material. For example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. Currently, the most common single-colored cloud mud on the market was white cloud mud, and most of them were produced in the immemorial white heaven. There was actually quite a lot of black cloud mud in the immemorial onyx sky, but it was even more dangerous. After all, there were many soul beasts in onyx sky. Once the multicolored cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material. Such a large amount of 7-colored cloud soil was very valuable. After inspecting this large patch of rainbow-colored cloud mud, Fang Yuan also discovered that there were many bird nests in this cloud mud. There were many eggs hidden in the nest. These were all the eggs of the blinking bird. Fang Yuan was not surprised. From the performance of those blinking birds just now, it seemed that they were guarding something. In fact, blinking bird's temperament was very timid. Even if it was a wild beast, once there was any movement, it would immediately fly away with its maximum speed. With these eggs, Fang Yuan can hatch blinking birds. It was not easy to hatch desolate beasts, but it was not difficult for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not want to hatch them. He wanted to use these eggs as an immortal material to refine Gu. Blinking birds had a simple diet. They were not easy to raise. If he wanted to raise them, he would have to release them into the immemorial white heaven from time to time, That would be too troublesome. Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing. He no longer cared about the profits of the blinking birds. Ever since heaven form was refined, Fang Yuan had been moving around in the immemorial white heaven for over a month. He searched for immortal materials in the immemorial white heaven while refining goo in his sovereign immortal aperture. Over a month in the outside world, the time inside the sovereign immortal aperture was even longer. Fang Yuan's goo refinement had huge results. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dog shit luck, time luck, and so on had all been raised to rank 7. He slightly changed his original goo refinement plan and advanced the luck path immortal goo in advance. These last days, he had also made huge gains in the immemorial white heaven. He obtained many immortal materials. Among them was the contribution of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Other than advancing the refinement, Fang Yuan also improved his goo refinement methods. He knew too many goo recipes and a vast number of goo refinement methods. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but his refinement path experience was still lacking. Especially when it came to refining immortal goo, he did not have much experience at all. True knowledge comes from practice. During this period of time, he continuously advanced his immortal goo. He discovered many of his inadequacies and made up for them. At the same time, he also discovered more goo refinement methods that were suitable for him. Right now, Fang Yuan had many new ideas and inspirations regarding goo refinement. The success rate of advancing immortal goo had also increased by a lot. Even though the earth veins of the 5 regions were still shaking, the goo immortals were joyfully harvesting immortal materials and immortal goo like a raging fire. But after careful consideration, Fang Yuan still chose to explore the immemorial white heaven. If he fought with the 5 regions goo immortals for the resources in the earth trench, he would definitely have to show up and fight. Every time an immortal goo advanced, Fang Yuan's strength would rise slightly. But the increase in strength could not offset the disadvantage of exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly digest his gains during this period. Once he fought, the rank 8 white lychee immortal essence that he had just accumulated would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was far more dangerous than fighting with fierce beasts. Even though Fang Yuan needed to expend immortal essence to explore the earth trench in immemorial white heaven, he had also fought many battles. But he relied on heaven form. His investigation was very accurate. If there were fierce beasts that were too troublesome or too strong, he would not provoke them. He would avoid them in advance. Heaven form's investigative range in immemorial white heaven was simply too wide. It could easily discover many fierce beasts and plants that were skilled in concealment. Heaven form was so strong that it could even find hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to find these fierce beasts and plants. What was even more amazing was that heaven form's investigative ability did not need Fang Yuan's immortal essence at all. This rank 9 killer move was undeniably outstanding and powerful. Fang Yuan had already praised it more than once in the process of using it. Not just in terms of risk and expenditure, exploring the 5 regions was higher than exploring immemorial white heaven. Even in terms of profits, the former could not compare to the latter. Goo materials and immortal materials were everywhere in the earth trench, but these things needed to be arranged by the goo immortal before they could be stored in the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not so easy. Many resources were interrelated and interfered with each other. Thus, after most of the 5 regions goo immortals obtained benefits from the earth trench, they would sell these immortal materials to jewel yellow skies. Their immortal apertures had limited space. They could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the time, the immortal materials they obtained were not suitable for their immortal aperture's environment. Another phenomenon of the earth vein tremors was jewel yellow skies' business, or more accurately speaking, the number of transactions between goo immortals was increasing rapidly. Jewel yellow skies was dozens of times livelier than before. If Fang Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could buy them from jewel yellow skies. But grotto heavens were different. Almost every grotto heaven had a complete and harmonious system. Once Fang Yuan annexed them, it would be very convenient. He would not need to think about anything. He could also increase the sovereign immortal aperture space. His cultivation level and Dao marks would rise by a large amount, and his calamities and tribulations could even cross regions. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too many. As for the wild immortal goo that appeared in the earth trench from time to time, Feng Yuan was envious of them. But these wild immortal goo had always been fought over by goo immortals. Feng Yuan felt that he might as well steal other people's immortal goo from the grotto heaven. He had great thief ghost hand anyway. Celestial Court. The formation slowly stopped. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, bright light flashing in them. She muttered to herself, "Soul replacement killer move? It is truly exquisite." Before leaving, she took another look at Spectral Soul, but did not say anything to convince him to surrender. These last days, Fairy Myrtle had been searching Spectral Soul's memories to seize his lifetime of cultivation achievements. Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's talent. She also had to admit that in terms of soul path, even though Celestial Court had put in a lot of effort, they could not compare to Spectral Soul. It is a pity that the current Spectral Soul is a prisoner. What a pity! Among all the Venerables in history, he is the most pathetic. Actually, if he died, he would still be able to leave his name in history. But now, he can neither live nor die. Thinking of Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. She was sure that Spectral Soul still had an important dream path research result: lead soul into dream. Even though this move was mostly unraveled by Celestial Court, it was still extremely valuable to Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul continued to resist. Even though he could not resist the power of the entire Celestial Court's grotto heaven, Spectral Soul was very crafty. He tossed out some minor details to stall for time. The first time, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's power to catch Spectral Soul off guard. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's research results were snatched away. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Goo is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate. He will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching, even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Hong's Immortal Goo, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body would not have the previous flaws. It could exist for a long time. Chapter 1697. Immemorial White Heaven. An auspicious cloud carried Feng Yuan as it flew forward. Feng Yuan's mind was half inside the sovereign immortal aperture, while the other half was guarding the outside world. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not be able to split his mind to refine goo. But recently, he had really gained a lot. He did not lack attainment levels or goo recipes. His only shortcoming was practice. Personally refining goo allowed him to improve rapidly. His efficiency in refining rank 7 immortal goo rose again. His success rate also rose by a large margin. Thus the immortal materials consumed were much less than before. Refining immortal goo had always been a huge trap, but other than refining goo, Feng Yuan had also plundered a lot of natural resources in immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion of them to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy what he needed. Other than refining goo, a lot of the remaining resources were used to manage the immortal aperture. Jewel Yellow Skies' business was booming. The Earth Trench's tremors caused the 5 regions' goo immortals to have an urgent demand for transactions. The market's immortal material transactions were booming. Of course, the most popular were still time path immortal materials. Celestial Court did not waver in suppressing Feng Yuan. They could purchase any time path immortal materials at a high price. They did not show any signs of exhaustion. This showed the terrifying foundation of Celestial Court. If Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and had a large number of time path immortal materials, who knew what they would think? There are 2 rank 6 immortal goo. The rest have already been refined to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body shook. The auspicious cloud's speed doubled as it flew away. A moment later, Feng Yuan saw Heaven Form again. He saw that Heaven Form, which was in the shape of a spirit crane, was flying around an ordinary patch of air. I found a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. As Heaven Form investigated, the scene inside this grotto heaven was transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually the immortal aperture of a rank 8 information path goo immortal. Oh, there are a lot of people in this grotto heaven, and it also has a very unique cultivation custom. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. The population of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was more than the hairy men of Langya Blessed Land. The initial estimate was that there would be many goo immortals. This grotto heaven mainly had information path Dalmarks, so the grotto heaven's environment was naturally more beneficial to information path resources. Thus, goo masters and goo immortals cultivated information path and manipulated information path goo worms. Profound Literature Paradise had been isolated from the world for many years, but because it had absorbed the immemorial 9 heavens fragments, the heavenly spirits here had always been muddle-headed. However, the original owner of the Grotto Heaven's immortal killer move was still effective. This move was called Helping Scholars. It seemed that as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would always be effective, and its effect was also very unique. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created and recited an outstanding essay, no matter the subject, they would be able to obtain the perception and rewards of this heavenly cave. When mortals recite poems, they can attract hope goo to fly over from 10,000 li away, enlightening their apertures. When goo masters create brilliant poems, they can obtain goo worms and even have their cultivation level rise. Although it is a pity that I cannot annex this grotto heaven, I still have many shocking poems in my heart. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He immediately instilled immortal essence into Heaven Form. Heaven Form slowly let out a bright light, entering Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan slowly flew into the white light, about to enter Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared in front of Feng Yuan with rank 8 aura. Feng Yuan was still in the white light. He could not attack casually. But the old man did not hesitate. He pushed with his hand as countless words appeared, raining down like a storm. Heaven Form was not an offensive killer move. As the storm of words rained down, the white light collapsed. Feng Yuan was in an awkward situation. He could not move up or down. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 goo immortal guarding this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for a rank 8 goo immortal to appear in a grotto heaven, because the grotto heaven itself did not have the resources to support a rank 8 goo immortal. This Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was also muddle-headed. It did not know how to open the immortal aperture. It was hard for goo immortals to leave. Even if this rank 8 goo immortal had methods to sneak out of immemorial white heaven to collect immortal materials, the risk was too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial white heaven. There were also all sorts of strange and dangerous places that could threaten rank 8 goo immortals. This was not the backyard of a rank 8 goo immortal. They not only needed luck to collect resources here, they also needed to take risks. Let's try somewhere else. Feng Yuan rested for a while before instilling white lychee immortal essence into Heaven Form for the second time. Heaven Form was rank 9. It could connect to almost any grotto heaven in any immortal aperture. The first time was in the sky. The second time, Feng Yuan chose to go deep underground. However, when he stepped into the white light again and wanted to sneak into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, that rank 8 goo immortal actually appeared in time again. You still dare to come here? With me here, you have no chance. The rank 8 goo immortal said as he immediately attacked. Feng Yuan was inside the white light. He felt very helpless because he could not use any other methods. Without a choice, he could only let the white light scatter as he retreated outside. Feng Yuan's expression could not help but turn grim. He pondered in his heart. The two locations before and after were more than 108,000 li apart. They are simply worlds apart, but I was still detected and obstructed in time. What defensive method is this? It was very likely that he was detected. After all, this profound literature grotto heaven was an information path grotto heaven, and information path was most proficient in investigation, gathering information, and spreading information. But the rank 8 Gu Immortal could actually move rapidly and appear in front of Feng Yuan. What method was this? Next, Feng Yuan tried to attack a few more times. Not only using heaven form, he even used fixed immortal travel, but he was quickly discovered and obstructed by the other party. Feng Yuan needed a very short time to pass through the white light, but under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu Immortal, this time seemed extremely long. At this moment, Feng Yuan fully experienced Heavenly Lord by Zhu's feeling when he attacked Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the enemy, but it was very difficult to enter the Grotto Heaven. It was extremely uncomfortable to be blocked by the enemy. Profound literature Grotto Heaven. I will return one day. Feng Yuan chose to retreat. In any case, he had already found out the location of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was a grotto heaven that had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It could not be moved anymore. When Feng Yuan returned in defeat, Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. The dragons roared in the seabed, creating undercurrents and raging waves, but they could do nothing to Duke Long. Within a few hundred steps of Duke Long, there was tranquility. Feng Kim Hong stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong down slowly. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's vision suddenly rippled, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. Next, her pupils shrunk as she saw a grand palace quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly ornamented and had magnificent pavilions. But around Dragon Palace, there was a large area of dream realms. These dream realms were constantly moving and moving at a very fast speed. Dragon Palace was covered by the dream realms at times, enticing visitors. The dream realms were ever-changing. Even though there would be some gaps that could allow outsiders to enter Dragon Palace, Duke Long was very cautious. He would rather wait for a while and not take unnecessary risks. Now, he had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He borrowed Feng Kim Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the Immortal Killer Move itself was the result of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly turned into a human body. Its eyes were shut as it fell into deep sleep. This is the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body, and it is also a perfect physique without any flaws. Duke Long's eyes shined with bright light as he sized it up. He had once been cheated by this Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body, thus he felt some nostalgia. Huang Er, your modification is truly amazing. From now on, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body can be considered the 11th Extreme Physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Kim Hong blinked. Master, I won't hide it from you. Disciple only had a fortuitous encounter. Because some time ago, Disciple created the killer move Shatter Dream, and this modification is the result of Shatter Dream. Disciple just wanted to give it a try, to think that it would actually succeed. Duke Long smiled. No need to be uneasy, my good disciple. Do you think it was a coincidence that you created Shatter Dream? This should be fate's arrangement. It is fate that made you. Feng Kim Hong pouted. Master, can you stop saying such things? Disciple doesn't want to hear it anymore. If all of this is fate's arrangement, then what use do I have? Chapter 1698. Central Continent, Earth Trench. Roar. A desolate beast giant monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu Immortal in front of it, it felt its body turning cold. This cold penetrated its heart, even its boiling blood froze. Immortal Killer Move. Blood turns cold. The one who attacked was none other than Feng Yuan's younger brother, Gue Fengjing. Congratulations, Fengjing. After these days of battle, your cold-blood light killer move is already very familiar with it. Zhao Linyun flew closer with a smile. Gue Fengjing looked at the cold giant monkey's corpse. The red light in his eyes faded, but his expression was still calm. He looked at Zhao Linyun calmly, showing a grateful expression. You flatter me. It was all thanks to Fairy Lin Yun's protection these days. Otherwise, how could I have had so many opportunities to practice my killer moves? Central continent's earth veins moved frequently. Accidents happened frequently. Any super force was in a predicament of lacking manpower. Crane Gate had no choice but to send Fengjing to suppress their own situation. Of course, Fengjing's actions were constantly monitored by Celestial Court. As long as there were no accidents, Celestial Court was happy to see Fengjing's strength rise. After Fengjing was saved by Feng Jiuge, he returned to Central Continent and received the support of Celestial Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Feud Immortal Goo, he even obtained Cold Blood Immortal Goo during his Immortal Ascension. Fairy Myrtle had already arranged everything. Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves were handed to Fengjing. Right now, he had already grasped the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battle. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Eastern Sea, at a certain seabed, Duke Long and Feng Kim Hong had been refining the Dream Realm for several days. There were far more dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace than expected. Duke Long had been using Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to transform dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. But there were still new dream realms coming out of Dragon Palace to replenish the outside world's losses. Comparing the two, Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move. Its power was limited because its core Immortal Goo, Dream Wings, was only rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, Duke Long could use this unique body to freely traverse the Dream Realm and enter the depths of the Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's goal was this rank 8 Immortal Goo house. If he did not get rid of these Dream Realms, he would not be able to take this Immortal Goo house safely. While Duke Long was condensing the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating diligently. She was mainly researching the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would leave her body and enter the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would return to the main body and research the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that Shadow Sect researched could not last long because it pursued stability too much. Dream realms change constantly. Their specialty is the word change. So I simply walked on the path of Shattered Dream and made it even more unstable. In the end, under Lady Z Wei's deduction, I obtained the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies instead. Every time Feng Kim Hong thought about it, she felt that this was a fluke. Could this be the effect of fate? It wants to use me to make the complete Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique appear in the world? Feng Kim Hong shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She thought about the words that her master, Duke Long, had told her. Huang Er, although you research the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, it is still not enough. You need to thoroughly research this result before you can use it for your cultivation. When you find a way to let your main body's aptitude naturally advance to a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, that will be the day you undergo your Immortal Ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Kim Huang's accumulations were already enough for her Immortal Ascension, but she had always been suppressed by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Kim Hong was excited but also troubled. How could she fully comprehend the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies? Feng Kim Hong was thinking about this problem, while Duke Long was also looking forward to it silently. Am I forcing her? After all, to transform the main body into a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, it involves the profundity of human path. The Legends of Ranzu clearly states that the 10 extreme physiques were created by Ranzu. These are the profundity of human path. I might be able to impart the results of reading the Legends of Ranzu to her. Duke Long was also known as the Dragon Man ancestor. Back then, the birth of a new variant human race, Dragon Man, was single-handedly facilitated by Duke Long. And the results of Dragon Man were obtained from Duke Long's comprehension of the Legends of Ranzu. Although I took Feng Kim Hong as my disciple, I did not teach her anything. She might not be able to fulfill my request, but this Dragon Man profundity should be given to her as well. Of course, I will have to warn her not to create dragon men. No, according to her nature, she will probably create them secretly. Huang Er is very different from Hong Ting, especially her nature, as well as her thoughts about fate. Sigh, human nature is not what it used to be. This dangerous thought should have nothing to do with Bai Qing. It might be more due to Feng Zhuge's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Zhuge and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo. Feng Zhuge rubbed his nose. His body was covered in blood. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who is talking about me? He was in a sorry state. His robe was mostly torn. His muscular chest was exposed. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The two Gu immortals who were hiding at the side appeared at this moment. Seeing Feng Zhuge's heavily injured state, they both had joyful expressions, saying, "Congratulations, Lord Feng Zhuge, for becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal." Feng Zhuge nodded with an indifferent expression. He did not feel much excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation level. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but he did not have a suitable opportunity. He had his own restrictions and restraints. After all, he had a family, and was also an important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is not a big deal. Although I have White Lychee Immortal Essence, it will take some time to accumulate. I do not have enough wealth to raise my core Immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the wealth, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on the Celestial Court for this step? Feng Zhuge thought of his identity as a Dao Guardian. There was a lot of room for him to use, but most importantly, I got inspiration from the Legends of Renzu when I was undergoing tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song of destiny from it. There is fate in heaven and earth. Everything has its own arrangements. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything in the world will become brilliant and colorful. Destiny Song describes this kind of excitement. It talks about the changes and unchanging of life in heaven and earth. Time passed. Another period of time passed. Immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan looked at the heaven-form crane that was flying in circles with excitement on his face. Found it. I finally found my second immortal aperture grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven? Chapter 1699. After searching for so many days, Feng Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. In terms of transformation path attainment level, Feng Yuan was at Grandmaster level. He was indeed lacking by 1 level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem. He could use Dream Realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough Transformation Path Dream Realms to support Feng Yuan's breakthrough to Transformation Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than Dream Realms, Feng Yuan had a second method for his Transformation Path attainment level. That was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, and the true meaning of Reckless Savage in the Northern Icy Plain of Northern Plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated Transformation Path. He had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 Gu immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power. They were said to be beyond redemption. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they were in great danger of dying. But it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First myriad tribulation and second myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 Gu immortals. If Feng Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 myriad tribulation level. Such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 Gu immortals who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. They would be rank 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this. He merged his immortal aperture with Celestial Court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this beast calamity grotto heaven did not annex any immemorial nine heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langya Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations. It fell from Grotto Heaven to blessed land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a Grotto Heaven to a blessed land were extremely rare. Not any Grotto Heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Feng Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this Grotto Heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto Heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast horde disaster. The calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities? If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Feng Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh. So this Grotto Heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique! There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the Grotto Heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity Grotto Heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters. Other than calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation, tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any Grotto Heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature Grotto Heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto Heaven contains a vast number of people and resources. It even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method. It will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Feng Yuan flew in. This time, he was not obstructed by any rank 8 Gu immortals, because this beast calamity Grotto Heaven did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire Grotto Heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Feng Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon, he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it. I am not someone from this Grotto Heaven. I came from the outside world, and because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire Grotto Heaven. It treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers, and now, this force was affecting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to resist this force, but if the two fight, this method will be destroyed. Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep beast calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Dao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Dao marks were transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing. Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path Dao marks. But now, this transformation is reversed. The Dao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Feng Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary. It seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Fang Yuan's body was transforming, other than expanding. His entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Fang Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Fang Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain. His bull skin was tough like iron. His bull hair was thick. His bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky, looking at Fang Yuan. After being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge. Its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly. He clenched his fists. Battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation. The middle-aged man shouted. His body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient, desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up. The silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky. Two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered. An eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared. It is our eagle warrior. Go, eagle warrior. Kill this monster in front of us. We support you. You can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle Warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Fang Yuan slapped Eagle Warrior down. Boom. The giant Eagle Warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then, it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle Warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster? After a long while, Eagle Warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. Chapter 1700. Generally speaking, a monster of such a large size should be overbearing and powerful. It is impossible for it to have such agile speed. The Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep pit, his head full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute. Could it be that the attack just now was this monster's battle skill? He looked up at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had transformed into a giant monster with a bull head and a human body. A huge shadow shrouded the Eagle Warrior. In the Eagle Warrior's heart, the courage to fight again slowly recovered. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. I already know your battle skill, but you, this stupid big guy, don't know my battle skill. That's right. As long as I grasp the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, The eagle warrior's eyes shone with hope. He stood up. He stood up. That's right. How could the eagle warrior be knocked down in an instant? Eagle warrior, go. We believe in you. Seeing the eagle warrior stand up, the city that was dead silent a second ago suddenly burst into cheers that soared to the sky. An eagle's cry rang out. The eagle warrior fiercely flapped the wings on his back and rose up again, flying high into the sky. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. Monster, take a look, my battle skill. Silver Phantom, the eagle warrior shouted. In the next moment, his body suddenly changed, splitting into 6 phantoms. They were lifelike and looked no different from the real body. For a moment, the real and fake eagle warriors hovered above Feng Yuan's head, surrounding Feng Yuan. The uproar in the city reached a whole new level. Look, it's the eagle warrior's silver phantom battle skill. He's finally unleashed it. Look, that big monster seems to be stunned. It doesn't know which one to attack. The chance of victory is in front of us. Go, kill that big monster. Ah, the eagle warrior is really too cool. The eagle warrior heard the cheers of the crowd from the bottom of his heart, which gave him more courage and fighting spirit. However, he remained calm. I have to cherish this opportunity. I have to kill this monster in one strike. Even if I can't kill it, I have to severely injure it. After all, combat skills consume a lot of stamina. It's impossible to use them continuously. So, even if this monster is very strong, it cannot use its battle skills too often. I'll first use the Phantom Shadow to lure it away and exhaust its stamina, causing it to suffer a great loss. Perhaps it won't have much stamina left, and I'll be able to capture it alive. The eagle warrior actually wanted to capture Feng Yuan alive. Although Feng Yuan still couldn't detect his thoughts, the eagle warrior's tactics were clear at a glance. One by one, the giant eagle warriors circled around Feng Yuan, flying continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would suddenly swoop down, extending their sharp claws and beaks to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge, standing on the spot. These eagle warriors were phantom shadows. Their attacks had no substance. In Feng Yuan's eyes, they were exposed. Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled, laughing internally. This grotto heaven is quite interesting. Firstly, the Gu immortals between mortals and Gu immortals were interesting. It was very harmonious. It was completely different from the outside world of the 5 regions. Mortals were like ants in the 5 regions, while Gu immortals were high and mighty. But the Gu immortals here were the guardians of mortals, and most importantly, they were very passionate about this responsibility of protection. From this point, Feng Yuan seemed to have seen a hint of Paradise Earth. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven was a world of its own. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu masters and Gu immortals here were also interesting. For example, Feng Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu immortals needed to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to battle. But the Gu immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Feng Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks. Thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Dao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Dao marks and fragments of the great Dao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu immortals by referring to the Dao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal Gu. They can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious. Because immortal Gu were too rare, immortal Gu were unique. Every immortal Gu was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence. They were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu immortals, the Gu immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous. They can be easily countered. There are many shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw the disadvantages, but overall, this method is too good. It far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life. Otherwise, my memories would have changed completely, because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce Gu immortals. Although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 Gu immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an immortal Gu. And these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of Gu immortals in each region. Think about it. One region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out, in terms of the battle between middle and lower-level Gu immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method. It is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Dao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Dao marks into transformation Dao marks. Thus, Gu immortals and desolate beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the beast calamity method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to. Stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Fang Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. This? Time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected. His speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand. His 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it! Damn it! Move, move, move! Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly, but he could only fly an extremely small distance. Poochie! At the next moment, Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Ah! Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior! No! Countless people in the city screamed. Fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent. Some people fainted on the spot, some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly placed his 2 hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly. At this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique? Slowing down time. What a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, I would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many Warbeast warriors coming to kill you. You will definitely die." Pa! Fang Yuan's hands suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon. shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Fong Yuan released his hands. Thump! The headless eagle warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Fong Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large. The towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders. It was a sunny day. The bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Fong Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode. Countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Fong Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's 4 gates and began to disperse. Fong Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. Bang! His calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city. Even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Fong Yuan's feet. Chapter 1701. Moo! The Fong Yuan beast let out a bull's roar. Its huge body shuttled through the forest, easily knocking down countless towering ancient trees. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The elk warrior held a long spear in his hand. As he spat out blood, he roared as he faced Fong Yuan, using his life to buy time for the residents of the Soul Spring Forest to retreat. But in the end, the elk warrior's neck was broken by Fong Yuan, and he died tragically on the battlefield. The video ended there, and the hall was filled with buzzing noises. Dozens of combat beast warriors, all of them spirited and ferocious, were discussing softly. Their words and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, on the high platform, a skinny old man coughed twice. The hall immediately fell silent. All the combat beast warriors looked up at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man said, "You've all seen these videos just now. Ever since the ox-head demon god descended, it has destroyed Holy Eagle City, Qingming Valley, and the Soul Spring Forest." A red-haired boorish man shouted, "Combat beast Wangda, what are we waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here, waiting for your order to eradicate this ferocious ox-head demon god." "Yes, sir. Please give the order. We can't wait anymore. We've long heard about the ox-head demon god." The giant eagle warrior and the elk warrior both died tragically in its hands. "We must avenge them," many combat beast warriors echoed, and for a moment, the hall was filled with excitement. The old man could only stretch out his palm and slowly press down. After the hall calmed down again, he continued, "Sigh. It seems that you still haven't truly realized the seriousness of this beast disaster. I know that everyone here has an impressive battle record, but the beast this time is extraordinary. To be more precise, if we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid it will bring about the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This beast is indeed very strong. But it's not like there hasn't been a giant monster that killed a few combat beast warriors before. This beast is huge and has 2 combat skills, especially the time deceleration combat skill. It is indeed very troublesome, but it's not like they can't be targeted." However, the old man shook his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This ox-headed demonic god's strength is unfathomable. It can be said to be the most terrifying monster in history. You should know how the first-generation Warbeast King died, right?" As soon as these words came out, all the beast warriors present were moved. "Beast Wangda, you mean? It can't be. Could this monster be at that level?" The Battle Beast King nodded slowly and said in a heavy tone, "The Star Sea Snail Hall we are in now is the corpse of the Star Sea Snail monster. The first-generation Warbeast King warrior was the strongest Warbeast warrior in history, but in order to eradicate it, he paid the price of his life. This time, the ox-headed demonic god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply caused everyone to be so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. So, the elder surveyed his surroundings and continued, I have gathered everyone to take action together to encircle this ox-headed fiend celestial, but I actually do not have much confidence in victory. Everyone, you must do your best to have a chance of victory. Please be prepared to die in this battle. The resolve to die. Someone murmured. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The atmosphere became lively. The war-beast warriors' eyes were burning with a similar flame. Their fighting spirit soared. For this home, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself. That's right. For family and friends, what is a life worth? We can't let this ox-headed demonic god continue wreaking havoc. So what if it is comparable to the star sea snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more. That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first-generation Warbeast King fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades. Some shouted, some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the star sea snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." Understood. The star sea snail shell started to shake. Feng Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bullhead and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation Warbeast King should be the original owner of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete. Even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other Warbeast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a Warbeast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of goo cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Suddenly, Feng Yuan stopped moving. His gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as Warbeast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. Monster, die. For the peace and tranquility of the world, even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone, attack together. Believe in yourself and your teammates. No matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match. A huge battle erupted. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out. Feng Kim Hong looked at the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. These days of hard work were not in vain. The biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms. Even though the framework is not messed up, the entire Immortal Goo House should have lost its effectiveness. It is the best time to take it. As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday. I wish you happiness as boundless as Eastern Sea and longevity as long as Southern Mountain. This is a desolate beast that grandson personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground, holding a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is extremely fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse alive, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Some were human Goo Immortals, but most were dragon men. These dragon men consisted of Goo Immortals and Mortal Goo Masters. They were all descendants of Duke Long. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He was the creator of the Dragon Man variant human race. Rank 6 Dragon Man Goo Immortal 7th young master was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good. Good. Grandfather will accept your gift. Duke Long had a loving smile on his face. Surrounded by friends and grandchildren, this warmth filled Duke Long's heart. But now, Duke Long was dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. There was only the deep and cold seawater in front of him, as well as that desolate and silent dragon palace. The past was gone. The warmth that once filled his heart was long gone. "Who is it? Come out." Duke Long suddenly spoke. He had a calm expression. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. As expected of the celestial courts, Duke Long, your eyes are truly sharp. An old woman smiled as she appeared. She had a hunched back and deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a peculiar pattern. They formed purple, venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and even her whole body. "Duke Long, we must obtain this immortal goo house." Another goo immortal appeared. He had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe and had a handsome face. "Central Continent wants to take something from Eastern Sea?" "Humph." The third goo immortal snorted. He had a muscular body and a pair of triangular eyes shined with cold light. The final goo immortal slowly approached Duke Long. He wore a black robe and his face could not be seen. He was silent and floated like a ghost, filled with a sinister aura. "Granny Rome, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Did you think it was easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you courting death in front of me?" Duke Long was surrounded by 4 rank 8 goo immortals, but he was still calm. "No need to speak nonsense. Attack." Shi Miao attacked first. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. "Oxhead, take this." A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Fong Yuan. Oxhead demonic god Fong Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Fong Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble. After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed, as expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy," one of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Fong Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its 2 huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings and could release extremely intense cold air. Hee, stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Fong Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Fong Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar! Steel Bin let out a howl and charged towards Fong Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, The stone mussel spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Fang Yuan. The two shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Fang Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Bin ruthlessly knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Fang Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now, the Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The five of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The five Warbeast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Fang Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the five Warbeast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go! Stop it! Stop it! The Warbeast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best. You must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Fang Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom. No one saw how Fang Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the Warbeast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Fang Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the Beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's Warbeast King stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old, and compared to Fang Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh? So this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Fang Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Dao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Dao marks. This was something that the Elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living Star Sea Snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me, let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Although the battle was intense, the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the devastated battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly while the star-armored giant was lying on the ground, dying. There is no hope. During the battle, the other combat beast warriors that came as reinforcements all knelt on the ground with pale faces. Starlight flashed as the star-armored giant once again split into this generation's combat beast king and a cracked Star Sea Snail. Fang Yuan investigated for a while before discovering the secret hidden in the Star Sea Snail. He smiled and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity, Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. What did I just hear? That giant beast spoke. It can actually speak the human language? Am I too old and about to die? That's why I am hearing things. This generation's combat beast King Elder had a dazed expression. But at the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Beast Calamity, Heavenly Spirit carried several immortal goo as it slowly arrived in front of Feng Yuan. The Heavenly Spirit was like a young Qilin beast. It spoke with a clear voice like a child's. O foreign goo immortal, even though you came here and obtained all sorts of inheritances, you have not obtained my full acknowledgement. You killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously. Even though you are strong, you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for the immortal goo and inheritance rights of this grotto heaven, don't even think about it. Oh? Feng Yuan laughed with deep meaning. The young Qilin beast had a solemn expression. I know what you are thinking. If you use force, I will not be able to defeat you. But I can make the immortal goo self-detonate and the grotto heaven self-destruct. Your efforts will be in vain. Feng Yuan was silent. The young Qilin beast in front of him was very resolute. He felt troubled. Heavenly spirits were like land spirits. They would not lie. Feng Yuan could not find out where the immortal goo left behind by Beast Calamity Immortal were. And the killer move Blood Light Spirit Suppression was not powerful enough against the grotto heaven, Heavenly Spirit, because of its level. So that's it. The combat beast warriors here are a part of the inheritance. I understand Beast Calamity Immortal's intention now. After a long silence, Feng Yuan spoke. It is too late for you to understand. Everyone only has one chance. But you will not be returning empty-handed. According to my main body's arrangements, the immortal killer moves will be given to you. The Heavenly Spirit had the intention to send him off. After Feng Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not stay or use force. He left Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the immortal aperture entrance that the Heavenly Spirit had opened. Eastern Sea. The battle of 5 rank 8 goo immortals was already earth-shattering. The sea surface was surging with huge waves. Dark clouds were rumbling and lightning was interweaving. Undercurrents were surging in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path. All sorts of terrifying methods had already killed all life in the surrounding 10,000 li. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Duke Long's expression was still indifferent. Feng Kim Hong was following him closely. She was unharmed and unscathed. But right now, her face was still filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was witnessing a battle between rank 8 goo immortals at such a close distance. It was an eye-opener for her. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest were in different directions. Their expressions were either solemn or bitter. After fighting for real, they finally tasted Duke Long's power. Even though Duke Long was alone and had the burden of Feng Kim Hong, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually suppressed since the start of the battle. Even though the 4 immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Unless an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable appears, they cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the Celestial Court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest's morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the Celestial Court. Sigh, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match. We are also on guard against each other. We cannot work together. What is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal goo house Dragon Palace. It had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm. It has already collapsed. Who knows how many goo are left? How many core immortal goo were lost? Duke Long sighed internally. He started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly. It flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot. He could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying dragon palace as blood leaked out of his mouth. Shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact. Not just that, its core immortal goo has a dream path immortal goo. Ha ha ha, Duke Long. Let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.